Sound test, sound test. Can everyone hear me? Good, good. We'll be starting in just a sec. I did. Should have been free to play from the get-go. It looks like they learnt from Concord, didn't they? A game like that should never be paid for. The only company that can get away with that is Nintendo. Oh, today's gonna be rough. I have no idea why the music keeps cutting. Alright, let's start the pre-show. How's it going, folks? How we doing? How's it going on this wonderful Tuesday evening? Well, guess it's not evening for a lot of you. I did Woodpit just a little bit before I jumped onto Star Wars. It's good. I'm not sure why people are complaining about it. It does what it says on the tin. Now, Ron. They'd need developers for that. Too soon? Taiko no Tatsujin Rhythm. Not even heard of that. Taiko no Tatsujin. Oh, this game. I know this game. There's an Xbox version of this? Really? There is, pretty much for everything. Does it come with the drums? It reminds me of was it Donkey Kongo on the GameCube? Tempted to try that Life is Strange this time round. It looks interesting. I'll have to check it out. At the moment, I've put like an hour into Star Wars, and I'm enjoying it. The first hour was quite nice. I don't like the fact that she's consistently narrating like Aloy, but other than that, I think I've had one performance stutter, but I haven't updated my graphics drivers in a while, so that could probably be the reason. But it's running silky smooth, 60 FPS on Ultra. Not sure what the big commotion was for it. Although the main character does look like she's been punched in the face by Mike Tyson a few times. It's really weird. In some scenes, she looks absolutely perfect, whereas in others, she looks absolutely just... It's almost like the textures aren't loading. And I look really red. I should fix that. I don't know why I look so red. I don't know. I'm having a... Like I said, I've only played it for an hour, but I'm having a good time. That's better. Obviously, an hour is not really good enough to give a thing. I'm going to be streaming it over at Twitch tomorrow, so for those of you interested in checking it out, hopefully it will run with me streaming and playing at the same time. Yeah, I know, there's a lot of cups here.
Naughty chaos.
Hey, I'm not naughty. Unless you're talking about another naughty.
You realise you're alive, right?
I do.
You just said that on live.
There is no way I am going to hold it in that way. You could just put it here.
Is there anything in that one?
This is tea, right?
Coffee.
Oh. Probably should have made it tea. Well, thank you. Yeah, there's orange in there, energy drink in there, some more energy drink in there, there's a coffee here, and another energy drink there. I think I should have enough fuel to get through the stream today before I crash out. I think that should be enough. Fun stuff. It's Ubisoft games, so I'll love it. I've been a bit... I mean, I don't like their Assassin's Creed games. I think they're way too bloated, so we'll see how this one goes. I did enjoy Mirage, and I really did enjoy the new Prince of Persia, the sideways scrolling game. I enjoyed that one. Still need to finish it. But the bloated Assassin's Creed games, I didn't enjoy. Mirage, I really enjoyed. But how is everyone tonight? Dragon Age is looking good, Brandon. Dragon Age is looking good. Punch Out. Good lord. Nintendo had their presentation, so we'll probably check that out towards the end if anyone's interested. I genuinely think I've got too much drinks on me at the moment. There's more drinks on my table to keep me energized than there is everything else. It's amusing. Alright, you can go here. You can go here. Nice. Yo, Bullets, what is 40 minutes of nothing? Come on, there must be something in there that was good. It's Nintendo. There has to be at least one waifu game or something like that. That'll do me. Back, I agree. I think that was the only negative I had about it. The fact that they made it Metroidvania. I think if they just made it sideward scrolling, or with the actual, kind of like a linear thing for go from point A to point B and blah blah blah, I think that'd have been better. But it's still a really good game. Oh, there's a lot coming for Starfield. They are not done with Starfield by any means. It is getting updated more and more. Hey, look, I'm alert. I've got so much, whatever this stuff is, pumping through my veins at the moment. I am as alert as anything. Nowhere near as tired as I was when I was recording that video today. That recording was rough. That was rough. What am I reacting to later? What am I reacting to later? At the moment, the energy drinks is keeping me awake. I can't. So basically, what happened was, do you remember when we had the heat wave in the UK? Well, I had my normal sleep the night before, but the heat was so bad that I basically slept around 4 o'clock till 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and that's messed up my pattern entirely. So now I can't get to sleep before 5 a.m. in the morning, and I have to wake up at 8 to be at work. So, last night I went to bed and, well, I couldn't go to sleep at all. Like, none. And so I decided, screw it, I'm just going to stay awake. And then when I go to bed tonight, I'll fall to sleep at a reasonable time. Maybe by 12, which is reasonable. And then get 8 hours straight and be good for tomorrow. And then everything is reset. Think of it like being jet lagged. Down here it was 33 degrees, but it wasn't so much the heat that was bad, it was the humidity. The humidity was almost at 100%, which is what was killing us over here. If it was dry heat, it wouldn't bother me because, well, I'm used to way hotter in Cyprus, when when we used to go on holidays and stuff. So I've got a quite high tolerance for heat, but humidity is completely different. Sorry to hear that, Woodpit. You see, Invictus knows. It's like 20 degrees for Invictus where he is. Nah, Sully, it's been baking here. Even today, I mean, even this week, I think we're going to see a highs of 27 to 30 degrees by Wednesday, Thursday. And then it's going to start cooling down. I'll get some sleep, Diablo. Don't you worry. But yeah, even like Mama, she's like so tolerant to the heat because she lives in Cyprus. But even she can't stand the heat in London because of the humidity. It's just totally different. It's a different beast. Dry heat we can take. Like in Cyprus, you can you can crack an egg on the floor and it will cook. I'm pretty sure it's the same in Texas. But yeah, we've got marble flooring outside. Just crack an egg and you'll see the whites just cooking on the floor. Add a bit of oil and off you go. I've tried it. In the shade, it's about 45 degrees over there. It's crazy hot, but it's manageable because it's dry heat. But here it's humid, so it prevents you from breathing half the time. What's worse, Chili, is that my house is an incubation. Well, not my house, but where I'm staying at the present. It's like a mini oven. It doesn't let any heat out. So at the moment, we pretty much have all the doors and everything open. Which isn't the safest thing to do these days in London, I tell you. So I have to say, right, before we get started on the main show, so this is supposed to be the main character, and I don't know what platform this is on, but I can tell you the PC version does not look like this. The PC version looks way better than this. She still looks like she's been punched in the face by Mike Tyson, but it don't look like this. Nuh-uh. I'm guessing this is the console version. There's like no details on her face at all. Mate, I don't even think Switch would do her this bad. Is the game even available on the Switch? Mate, when I saw that, there are some scenes on the PC version. Do you remember that old PlayStation advert with that CGI girl? The one that had the really wide eyes. Does anyone remember that? With the concave face? That's what it reminded. That's what she looks like at times on the PC version. It's really weird. I can't explain it. Maybe on console, but let me show you some. Let me show you it on. I've got it recorded here. I recorded a few bits and bobs It's a little grainier than it is when I was playing, so I'm guessing it's being compressed a little bit. That's a lot of files. How can I do this? No, it's not gonna let me. That's a shame. How can I do this? Can I throw this into the browser by a chance? That was 10 seconds. Let me see. Do I have the thing enabled?
Good. Only options I got here are sixth kin.
I mean, the face looks weird.
At least someone like me has a shot at a decent score. Maybe even see the core.
What is wrong with that face?
Preben, you help me one last time, and we never talk again.
But the frame rate is good. I've encountered not one bug.
We're getting caught.
You do nothing.
So, I mean, it looks so much better. I haven't encountered a single bug. And it's been running 60 flawless for me. You'll see now that there's one bit here that it drops. But I haven't updated my graphics drivers, so maybe that's why I had that little stutter. But this is the only stutter I had. It's when she swings over there. Huh, didn't even pick it up on the video. So it must have just been on my end. But there was a little stutter there. But that's silky smooth, right? Well, don't want to spoil it for you guys any more than I need to. But I don't know. To me, that doesn't look like this. It just doesn't. You won't see the frame rate. The video's playing. I saw it playing. Took. By the time I got out of the city, it was 40 minutes for me. Well, I can tell you there was no stutter, Cesano. Except for that one bit where I had on the swing that didn't actually come out on the video. I don't know how GeForce records it, because that was recorded through GeForce and not through OBS. So it could be recording it at a slower frame rate. I don't know what the default settings for GeForce is. But I can tell you that I had no problems. Well, you'll be playing this Scorcher as well, right? No PlayStation console is good without this amazing game. I mean, this one is truly remarkable, right? You have to have this one. I get that, Susano, but I'm telling you, it was running 60 FPS. I'm very picky when it comes to performance. Leaf, that's not surprising. I heard about it, but that's not surprising. That game should have launched free to play. It's a wonder why it didn't launch free to play. That was that never made sense to me, right? That game should have been free to play from the start, just like Concord should have been. It's just so weird that these games are not free to play when they absolutely should be. Wait, Bags, are we talking about Foam Stars hype? See, Jason, that's a valid point, and I don't understand why companies do that. And I do feel for the Concord devs because it's pretty weird, right? Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that I hyped this game up. I think everyone knows that I didn't, right? I'm not gonna lie about it either. But the amount of content creators I am seeing that are hyping the game, making video after video, on how good the game is and how amazing it is, and they don't even have the game, and then they're they're tweeting out to Josh Hamrick and asking for a free copy of the game. Oh, Bags, if Foam Stars came out this shit, that'd be my game of the year. It would have knocked Concord off its throne. Of course they are. Is that what they is that what they said? I can't imagine Josh Hemrick and John Wisniewski to say stuff like that. They're not those type of people. Maybe someone else did, but I can't imagine those two would have said it. Golem had a higher concurrent player base on Steam than Concord. Let that sink in. Golem. You know the game that you guys were constantly mocking me for, Golem? That I played? My game of the worst game of the year award? Worst games played game of the year award. That's it. You guys were mocking me, but that has a higher concurrent player count than Concord. Hey, look, Baby Steps is going to be amazing. I mean, they had success with Helldivers thanks to PC, but they've never really thing. But just look at the goalpost movement. Concord is selling better on PlayStation 5 than Steam. The game is 511th on Steam's top sellers list, but 42 on the PlayStation Store. Doesn't Steam have like 50 times more games than PlayStation in total? Astrobot gonna be good. I'm looking forward to Astrobot. Have you seen the new Smurfs game? That looks a lot like Mario and Astrobot. Really looking forward to it. Let me dig it out. I know some people are like, oh, it's Smurfs. It looks good. It looked good. It looked good. Where was it? I had it here somewhere. Here we go. I don't know if anyone's seen it, but I like it. Let me know what you think.
Peggy 7.
This is how the game is, by the way. The whole game is like this. The whole game is like this. Game of the Year material. I'm only kidding. Exactly, Derek. I don't know. This just reminds me of just a good old platformer. It's 2 players as well, so you can play co-op if you want to. This don't look good to any of you? It is coming to Xbox. You are mistaken, anime. This just reminds me of a mix of Mario and all sorts of games. It looks really fun to play. Yeah, Xbox isn't getting a physical, but as you can see here, Xbox is getting getting the game digitally. I mean, Xbox has gone full digital now, mate. I wouldn't expect physicals for Xbox unless it's coming from limited games. And of course, the collector's edition is only available for PlayStation and Switch. But it is coming to Xbox. I don't know. I thought this game looked really good. I thought the game looked really good. But it comes out on the 24th of October. On everything. Only pervs would play this? Why is that, Base Diggy? I guess I'm a perv then. I don't know. I showed it to my 10-year-old. He absolutely fell in love with it. So I'm picking it up for him and we're going to play it together. Co-op. Should be fun. I mean, to be fair, Bags, I play games like Nikkei and Tower Fantasy. I play waifu simulators. I'm fitting right in. My kids are really bored of Fortnite. I haven't seen them play Fortnite in ages. My 10-year-old plays a lot. Like, his main games are Rocket League and Roblox. My other kids play a lot of Valorant, Minecraft, Genshin Impact. You are most welcome, Diablo. Apparently, Derek. Apparently. All I can do is embrace it. But I'll defo pick up this for my son. Do you know, I haven't shown him Little Kitty Big City yet. Maybe I should. Valorant is free to play. And if you have Game Pass Ultimate, you get all the characters unlocked for free. Well, you get them automatically unlocked for you. Everyone is ready. Ah, John, you're a perv too now. Roblox is just a set of minigames that you can play. User-created content. Honestly, I've seen some crazy games. Like, they can now actually implement games that aren't blocks, that are actual 3D polygon characters. Concord made a mistake, and for their mistake, they are suffering bad. But you know what? When you have this dude over here, where is he? Where is he? Here we go. When you have this dude over here saying this, just listen to what he's actually saying. And this is his plan to save Concord. Xbox don't want Concord. Even if they went multi-platform, they'll put a petition in to say, please, can you block this game? We don't care how you do it. Just block it. We don't want to see it.
For Concord, because I'm gonna rally everybody up together and say, you will see a surge in the player base for Concord, because I'm gonna rally everybody up together and say, do you want to get matched up against streamers who play it for 12 hours a day, or get matched up against the 12-year-olds who have better reaction times, who watch the streamers that play for 12 hours a day? Do you want to get matched up against them in Call of Duty? Are you tired of getting slide canceled into? And are you tired of having the movement gods and the TTVers all over the damn place ruining your night? Come play Concord. The water's just fine over here. It's not a big pool, but something to think about to all the boomers out there like me. It's a hot tub. It is, yeah. It's a hot tub. It's a very small, it's an above ground little thing that's about a foot deep, but it's a good ass video game, and all of the good players are playing the much more popular games. You will see a surge in the player base for...
So, loosely translated, if you suck at video games and if you suck at FPS shooters and you have no hopes in hell of ever landing a single shot, Concord is your game. Come here, there is a home for you, and I welcome everyone that sucks at video games to play Concord. Because when we all suck, we suck together. Susano, that's exactly what he's saying. That, or he wants everyone that sucks at the video games to come over so we can get free kills. Because clearly he isn't good enough to play COD. I mean, how else can you interpret that? Mate, my aiming is legendary. If you didn't know, I was the person that actually trained the stormtroopers. Let that sink in. I bet you didn't know that. Their legendary perfect aim shooting, that's all me. You see those droids? They were all from the Chaos camp of shooting. They all came from my camp. But yeah, this dude is funny. So this guy's been really aggressive as of late. He's been very upset with me for whatever reason. He constantly is quite rude and vulgar. Extremely rude. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But apparently this is the same. These are the same type of articles that Redfall got when it released. Hey, Devin, thank you very much for that $2 super chat. Chaos got that Stormtrooper aim, that's for sure. Hey, you've seen it, man. My aiming is perfect. I was landing those shots around. I mean, I was creating silhouettes on every character. It was a chef's kiss. The enemy was impressed at how good my aiming was. They were looking back and just seeing the silhouette of their character. They were like holding up a Templar card just for me. Concord would be Unleashed is an idiot. Have you seen like the tone of the language though? Sony live service shooter Concord debuts to a tragic 697 concurrent players on Steam. Let's be realistic. If this was an Xbox game, is this how IGN would word this? Hey, look. I tried to impress. One way or another. I'm going to impress. There is no way PlayStation's concurrent did not break 700 players on Steam. This would be like Xbox's live service shooter Concord makes a disastrous entry without breaking 700 or something to that effect. It would just be so much harsher in terms of words. Sony's new live service title Concord is having a rough launch. That would be is having a disastrous launch. The tone of language is completely different. But according to this guy, so are we keeping that same energy? No, you're not. And of course, oh, STFU. So I decided to turn full boomer. Can you not expand your vocabulary to anything that's not abbreviated? Yep. When in doubt, go boomer. It ain't the same energy. No way in hell. No way, Bags. No way. PC Gamer released over 30 articles about Starfield. Metro released at least 15 articles. IGN reposted the same article 17 times. Where are you seeing that for Concord? Well, that's just shit journalism, then, isn't it, JP? Because you're not supposed to be biased. And the fact that you're saying that they're biased clearly outlines the problem with the media today. I mean, it's good that you admit that they are pro Sony and anti Xbox. I mean, it's good that you admit that. At least I don't have to go down that rabbit hole. So the fact that you admit that they are pro Sony and anti Xbox, being biased, already signifies that there's a problem there. Which is why I just don't listen to any of them. You say that, Bags, but what about the publication that said we can't give Hi-Fi Rush a higher score because of the previous games that Xbox released? What exactly has Hi-Fi Rush got to do with the previous games? That's like saying we can't give Last of Us a higher score because of Concord. No, I'm not defending Xbox in that way. I'm just saying that journalists need to be more objective. They shouldn't be biased like this. They can't be biased like this. Their biasness affects people, could affect people's bonuses. And I know they don't give a shit about that. Ultimately, no one does. But when those people then turn around and say, oh, we didn't get a bonus because we didn't get a 1% higher rating on the Metacritic, the media's outlandishly all out there, aren't they? Like they were for Obsidian. When Bethesda said you needed to get 70, and was it 80 or 79 or 75? Whatever it was. And they got 1% below it to get the bonus. And then the media was out there all kicking arms and stuff when they're the ones that caused it with their biased views, right? So not only do they cause the problem, but then they have the audacity to go and start hammering the publishers for the problem that they created. Every game should be judged on its own merits. Unless it's a sequel. If it's a sequel, then you are going to compare it to the previous one to see where it's improved and how it's improved. But if it's a new game, it should be judged on its own merits. That's how a review should work. If it isn't working that way, you should quit your job. But Bags, that's the point. But JP is saying that Hi-Fi Rush should be influenced by Redfall. And I think that's absolutely moronically stupid. It's actually a very stupid thing to say. Even to have that mindset is beyond stupid. Well, that's a different matter, SlightlyHandsomeJack. You'd give it an 8? I don't know. If a game is performing badly, it deserves the hate it gets. Redfall at launch 100% deserved the hate it got. It was in an awful state. It was crashing. The frame rate was all over the place. You had T-posing everywhere. That game needed at least 6 months to another year before it was ready. I'm not saying Redfall didn't deserve it. What I'm saying is that when games launch on Xbox, they get treated harsher anyway. Even if they weren't in a bad state, they would still be treated harsher. And Hi-Fi Rush is proof of that. But I'm not saying Redfall launched great. But you know what Todd Howard says? It's not how you launch, it's how you finish. Redfall now is a very good game. But you know what? No one's going to give it a chance because the damage is done. But still, the wording here is wrong. It's not the same energy. Why? Because IGN own most of these people here. And at the same time, their CEO used to work for Sony in a really high position. Do you genuinely believe someone who has very close ties with Sony as the owner of all of these companies is going to dogpile on Sony? Do you genuinely believe that that's going to happen? It's not going to happen. So the biasness will always be there. It's okay though. They have this guy. This guy wants all the bad players to come over to Concord so he can get some free kills. And this guy, he just wants... I don't know what he was thinking when he posted this. He thought this was a win. This isn't the win he hoped it would be, I'll tell you that much. That was not the win that he thought it would actually be. Last I checked, it was 90 something. It was double digits. Let me have a look. Oh shit. Pardon my language. It's actually improved. That's actually pretty good. We're going to get into that, Bags. We're going to get into that. I don't know if you've seen my video, but that spoke quite a bit about what I'm going to be talking today as the main topic. But we'll get to that in a bit. Sanchez, there's your current player count. It's doing pretty good. Xbox. So the way you have to think of it is, forget Xbox exists. If they're going the route that I think they're going, which I'm pretty sure is the route that they're going, Xbox as a console will not exist. Xbox Live will not exist. Game Pass will exist. And that $20 subscription, £15 here in the UK, will continue. But essentially, it's going to be just a mini PC. All of that will be gone. And then it will be on Sony to follow suit. But like I said, I'll get into that in just a bit. How many of you in here are playing Wukong? Have you seen this? I think this is damn cool. Black Myth Son Goku. This is why... I mean, mods are just so cool, man. Hey, Punkalicious. We're just mocking Concord for a bit. I just love the fact that you can do stuff like this. Yep. Son Goku has become a Sith. I don't know, this is just so cool. This is why modding is really fun. Did Perfect Dark Zero really do that bad? I really, really enjoyed Perfect Dark Zero. I mean, to be fair, Wukong is doing exceptional in China, not so exceptional outside of China. Right? I mean, China's awake, China's asleep. China's awake, sleep, awake, sleep, awake, sleep. You can see the pattern of when they're awake and when they're asleep. Awake, asleep, awake, asleep, awake. They don't. They don't. No, there's not. When they're asleep, they drop down to 300k. Even 200k over here. When China's asleep, this game isn't as successful as Helldivers 2. Bags, the difference is Starfield is available on Game Pass via a subscription, which Steam doesn't count. And considering there are 10 million Game Pass users out there on PC Game Pass alone, that's a staggering number of people playing it on Game Pass. So when it comes to Xbox, the Steam numbers are always going to be skewed. They're never realistic. Because Game Pass will do that. When I play games on PC that are Xbox games, I never play them through Steam, ever. I'm always playing it through Game Pass. So, and there are loads of people like me out there. So those numbers are very, very skewed. I don't know. I'm saying China's carrying this. China's carrying this hard. I'm pretty sure they had a mandate over there to play this game to make it successful. Punkalicious, I'll be honest with you, the biggest problem they're having right now is getting it working on the Series S. The memory leaks that they're having is probably due to the Series S because it's probably not recycling the memory dumps fast enough, and it's taking in too much without releasing anything because it only has 8 gigs of memory. So there is a chance it may never arrive on the Xbox platform because of the Series S. You can wait, but there is a chance it may never land. Unless they work some miracle like they did with Baldur's Gate 3. But essentially, if it is the memory leak that they're saying, they're getting a memory overflow. And that's going to cause so many problems. Because there just isn't enough memory for them to use. Now, Microsoft could probably free up another gig of memory, like they did with the Xbox One, if they really try hard. But I think even Microsoft realized that they really messed up with the Series S. It's just that simple. Bags, he's already got a PS5. But then again, I would still wait because I'm here, you know, the developers have come out and said that the performance on both PC for certain graphics cards and PlayStation 5 is all over the place. I'd wait a few patches for it to stabilize, and hopefully by then you'll get a little price discount as well, and then buy it then. You know, I've seen people showing it dropping down to 20 FPS on PlayStation. Oh yeah, definitely, JP. Definitely. I think at least, if nothing else, the Pro should stabilize it to 30 FPS. If it locks at that. You get the same games, but you get more stable frames. It's not going to be drastic, mind you, but it's going to be more stable. What fake news am I saying? I said it's probably the Series S. I didn't say it's definitely the Series S. You guys make it sound like the Series S is some 4090 graphics card. It's not. The 8 gig of memory on there is a piece of shit. It's not enough. And that is impacting a lot of things. You're acting like it doesn't impact anything at all. 8 gig of memory is nothing in this day and age. There is no fake news there. Trying to cram 16 gig of memory that other games use into 8 gig of memory is a goddamn lot of work. No, the S is a good machine. The Series S is actually a very good machine. For the money that you pay for it, it's an amazing machine. It works wonders. And it will eventually become a cloud machine. But the bottom line is, the parity clause that they put in place should never have been there. And that's hurting them. I'm not wrong. The Steam Deck has more memory. And Linux uses less than Windows. It has less resources running through it. Most things don't work properly if you have it at the minimum RAM. You can go in and set the RAM to a higher, to use all the memory. I mean, have you seen the Steam Deck running Baldur's Gate 3 with dual screen at 5 frames per second? Is that running for you? Is that, would you play it at 5 frames per second split screen on the Steam Deck? That's not exactly working, is it? But hey, at least it runs, right? That's what, I mean, what do you want me to say? 5 frames per second. I mean, people constantly bring up Baldur's Gate 3, how the Steam Deck was running dual screen. I think it was like 5-10 frames per second. When it was running, yay, it runs. Who's going to play it at 10 frames per second? I mean, no, split screen, not single. Split screen, Grey Wolf. On single screen, it's running anywhere between 20 and 30 frames per second, yes. But on split screen, it just couldn't do it. It doesn't have the memory to run it properly. It has a bit more available memory than the Series S, but not much. Oh, now I'm a hater. Then just leave, dude, and don't come back. I don't know what else to tell you. All you want to hear is high praise, high praise, high praise, toxic positivity. I think the PS5 Pro is going to be very, very expensive. People act like Digital Foundry is 100% accurate on everything they say. They are not. Did you see their recent video talking about how the ROG Ally X can have soon the Steam OS, and they basically trounced on Windows and saying how much of a horrible system it is and how Steam OS would be better? Yet they didn't talk about, like, you know, the native applications that you can install from other applications at all once. Not Game Pass, not nothing. It was just Steam. Because the moment they brought anything else in, it would actually shine on ROG X's Windows application. But God forbid they have to talk about anything positive about a Windows platform. All three of them were dogging on Windows for 10 minutes. I'm not lying. Go watch the video. Wait, actually, what aspect am I lying about? That the S is the reason that Wukong isn't released? And if that's what you're saying I'm lying about, open your ears and listen, because I'm speaking English to you. I said it's probably the Series S with the 8GB memory. At no point did I say it's definitely the Series S. There's a big difference with the word probably and definitely. And if you don't know what it is, look it up in a dictionary. You might educate yourself. Me a pony. The moment you say something that's hurtful, that's it. You're a pony. It is what it is. It has 10 gigs of memory, but 2 gigs is used for system stuff. You know, like the OS and your data and stuff like that to maintain everything. So you lose 2 gig. And even though it is 10 gig, it's formatted as well, so you don't actually get all of the 10 gig anyway. It's like when you put a hard drive into your PC. If you get a terabyte hard drive, you're not actually getting a terabyte. You get something like 910 gigs or something, because 80 gig goes to formatting. You lose a chunk of to formatting for RAM. Like, I've got 32 gigs of memory, but only 31 point something actually is being delivered to me. So I'm losing a gig already just like that. And then there's Windows taking another gig or so. So from that 32, I'm realistically left with 30 gig of memory. Chaos has not joined the pony team. What hate am I giving over here? Someone just said that the Xbox Series S is shite. And I said, no, it's not. It's a great machine for the price you pay for it. It just should never have been on parity. Mate, if you want to listen to everything Digital Foundry says, by all means go. Do what you need to do. I don't care. You can listen to them. I've got my own opinion as someone who's worked in tech, IT, and the games industry, and speaks to developers on a, semi-regular basis. Speak to them all the time where I work. What's up?
There's a quest on Genshin.
Yeah.
It's to unlock one of the bosses, and you're friends with the cat. You can pet the cat. Like, it gives you a hand and everything. You can pet the cat. And when you go under the neck, it goes out. It lifts its neck up like Oreo does, and everything.
So you've been there for the past half hour just doing that, right?
15 minutes, but that's
15 minutes? God damn it. Oh. They said it was what is it? A memory leak, right? No, they know more than you. Don't mix everyone in this chat with you. There's probably people in this chat room that knows way more than me. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a professional at it. But someone was asking about the Sony price. Well, they've just increased the PS5 price in Japan, and it's gone up quite harshly. You've got Puerto Rico here saying Sony raised the prices of PlayStation products in Japan 4 years into the gen, and the prices of the consoles is going up. This is the second or third price hike in Japan at the moment. It started off at, I think, 50,000 yen, and it's now, or is it 53,000 yen? And now it's at 79,000 yen. It's had a 26,000 yen increase in price. That's crazy. Their economy over there is really, really bad. But do you really need to kind of bash them more than they're already getting hammered over there? This is one of the reasons why Nintendo likely hasn't released the Switch 2 yet, because of how weak the yen is. But if this is retailing at now roughly about £600, can you imagine what the Pro's going to cost in Japan? Like $800. That's crazy. Base, go to those channels that actually lie to you about Xbox. I don't lie to people. I tell the truth. I love my Xbox, and I will always love my Xbox. But I'm also not going to sit here and fabricate information just for the sake of some views. And I'm pretty sure everyone in this lobby right now will tell you that that's not who I am. Yes, I am pro Xbox. No, there's no denying that. Do I have a gaming PC? Of course I do. Do I have a PS5? Yes, I do. Do I game on them? Yeah, I do. Do I game on my Xbox? Yeah, I do. Do I have a Switch? Yes, I do. Do I game on my Switch? No, I don't. No idea why. There's so many games I want to play on there, but that frame rate is murdering me. So the Switch 2 just needs to hurry up. But one day when it arrives and the frame rates are going to be better, then I'll be playing on the Switch 2 as well. But I am pro Xbox. I have been since Halo landed with the OG Xbox. But I'm just not that sort of a content creator that's going to sugarcoat things and, feed fake information. Like everything is sunshine and rainbows. And I think everyone in the chat will agree with me on that one. I may troll. I may console war. I may agree, disagree. You know, Concord sucks. I gave it a 6 out of 10. I think that was justified. I was going to give it a 6.5, but then I couldn't really figure out why I gave it the extra 0.5. So I knocked it down to a 6. You know, my review for Spider-Man 2 should be an 8 out of 10. I think it was, the final third was really good. The first 2/3 were beyond poor. You know, but the final third made up for it. But the first 2/3 of the game were beyond garbage. They were boring. There are other games that I've played that I've not enjoyed. But I'm going to be honest with the games I play and with the information that's in front of me, regardless of the platform. And if people appreciate that, happy days. If they don't appreciate that, then this probably isn't the channel for them. Dreamcast. But don't worry, you're not the first person to call me an Xbox hater because I called out Phil Spencer or stuff like that. Or I call out Xbox for the mistakes they're making. You're not the first. And you won't be the last. Goggle, I do play Final Fantasy XIV. But this is rough. But also, don't you think that this is a little convenient that they're doing this price increase on the eve of announcing the PS5 Pro, which might actually be announced at the state of play according to a certain Mr. Grubb? Grubbity Grub Grub. Where is it? Here it is. So according to Grubb, it could be announced at the state of play as just the one more thing.
There is probably going to be a state of play, a Sony PlayStation state of play, not a showcase, a state of play at the end, by the end of September. Let's do this one again. God, that was fun last time. Emma, where I was like, hey, the state of play is coming in this month, and then the month wasn't over, and people were still like, well, where is it? Well, the month isn't the month's not over.
Well, Brun says it's happening.
Let's do that exact same thing again. It's probably going to be late next month, September. But yeah, state of play. I don't know if the PlayStation 5 Pro is in this state of play, but where else would it be?
I mean, agree with you.
Now, they could do it. Could have its own thing, right, Emma? It could have its own thing, but I think state of play, end of September.
Yeah.
And then you sell this thing beginning in like October even, or maybe November. But this thing is going on sale this year. So that's honestly, end of September feels like maybe the latest they can get away with holding off an announcement on this. They might do that though, right?
Yeah, they might. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I think that
if they are releasing it this year, 100%, September is the latest that they can announce it. Can you imagine announcing it in November or October for a Christmas release? It's not going to work. They need to, especially with the way the economy is, they kind of need to announce it a little ahead so people can start seeing how many pennies they've got in their jars. Holgrain, apparently there is a Pro coming this year. And I mean, if they are going to announce it, I agree with Grubb on this one. It's got to be at the end of September. Or very, very early October. Like the first or second week at the very latest. Probably the first. Unless they're going to... I mean, when is Black Friday? Because that's a key date. When is Black Friday? All right, my dates are not with me at the moment, Wholegrain. In November. Do you think that they would wait until after Black Friday to announce the PS5 Pro? So everyone can buy the PS5 and then say, surprise! We knew you'd buy that PS5 for a cheap discount, but now we're releasing the Pro. Go buy the Pro. Do you think that they would actually do that? I mean, I could see them doing it. I could totally see Sony doing that. I haven't decided. I personally believe that all mid-gen refreshes are a scam. Whether it was the PS4 Pro or the One X, I think they're all a scam. I just think it's another way to kind of extort money from the player base when they're not really getting any real improvement. And by that, I mean you're not getting a technological boost. You're still restricted by what the base model is. So, for example, let's use Kingdom Come Deliverance as an example. Oh god, Base Diggy's gonna really rip my asshole into a new one with this one. But the developers came out and said that they had to reduce the map size by 25% because of the Series S. This is documented online, so go see it if you really want to. Because of the amount of memory that it had, it basically couldn't fit it into the memory. So they had to reduce the map size. Now, if the similar thing like that happens with, just because you've got a Pro, doesn't mean that you're going to magically get that 25% extra map size. You're still restricted by the base PS5. If the base PS5 can only have 75% map size because of its memory size, the PS5 Pro can have double the memory, triple the memory, quadruple the memory. It's still not going to make any difference. You still cannot get any more map size. So for me, that's the biggest scam for these mid-gen refreshes. You're not getting any real benefit from them outside of frames. If they've reached a point where they're done and these hardwares can't really pump it out anymore, release the next generation console. These mid-gen refreshes serve one thing only. One, to scam you out of your money. And number two, they are there to pad console sales. Because, let's say 20%, or let's be fair, 25% of the PlayStation 5 user base upgrades to the Pro. They've got 60 million, so let's say, 15 million will upgrade. So that would mean 75 million console sales. But you're not increasing the player numbers. But on paper, it's going to look like you've sold 75 million consoles, right? But have you actually increased the player numbers? Are more people buying PlayStation Plus? No. But on paper, it looks good because you sold 75 million consoles. So it's all an investor ploy. It's all like padding the numbers and whatnot to make it look good at the end of the financial year. Look how many extra consoles we sold this year and all of this. But in reality, you're not benefiting from it. PCs are different, right? They will design the game and say, right, you need a minimum of 32 gigabytes of memory if you want to play this game. If you don't have it and you've only got 16 gig, upgrade. And you can. On consoles, you can't do that. So you're always going to be limited by the lowest denominator. And so when it comes to the PS5, even when they make an exclusive game, it will utilize like the extra power for higher frames, but it will never add any extra features that the PS5 can't do. And therefore, it's a scam. They are claiming, Sanchez, that it is better than a 4090. I mean, as a content creator, I should pick one up. But even as a content creator, I don't want to. Because I feel like I'm being scammed into getting something that this generation we don't need. Realistically, this whole generation has been foobarred. They're still supporting the previous generation, which for some is great, but it means that any game that's, supporting the previous gen means that it's completely not supporting the next gen. People paid £500, £600 for their next generation consoles, and they're not getting features that are designed for it, which is kind of sad. It's almost like you go and buy a Porsche, and you've got a 1 liter engine in there. You wouldn't be happy if you went and bought a Porsche or a Ferrari and you've got a 1 liter engine in there because you have to race a 1 liter car. Would you? Essentially, that's what's happening. But it does pad the numbers, and for the investors, it looks bloody damn good. And so all of this is just a money scamming, padding, finance thing to make it look great. Jason, for me, Xbox will always be number one. Like I've said from the very beginning, because of CVID, this generation should have actually delayed by at least 2 years for everything to kind of settle down before they release the next generation consoles. They should have just extended the PS4 Pro's life cycle and the Xbox One X's as far as it can possibly go, a year, 2 years, whatever it is, and then release the next generation consoles. It would have meant that they'd have to change the specs a little bit, but whatever. They released them at a badly time. They are Navy, but they have more memory. And unlike consoles, when it comes to handheld PCs, you can just set everything to low. And you know what? Some games still don't run when you set it to low. Like on my Steam Deck, can't remember which game it was. I set it all to low and it was running between 22 and 27 frames per second. It could never hit 30 frames. But it's okay. That's all it can handle. That's all it can handle. It will still release. Can you imagine a game coming out on the current PlayStation consoles or the Xbox consoles running at 20 frames per second? I mean, Dragon's Dogma did it. And how did that turn out? I mean, Nintendo is a special case. They can release 5 frames and people will still buy it. I'm really tempted for the ROG Ally X because I think that's that one, and there's a new MSI Claw A1 coming as well, but that's still, I think the Intel GPUs are years out. But sorry, the NVIDIA, is it the NVIDIA GPUs? I think so, yeah. No, it's the Intel GPUs. They're years out from being actually on the level of AMD. So I think for now, the X is going to be the front seat runner. I'm not sure what rumors you're seeing, Bags, but the ones that I've seen said that it's going to be on par with the Steam Deck. But yeah, here you go. The PS5 has gone from 66 to 79, and the digital to 72, and this is after the price increase. The previous one had this in the high 50s and this in the high sub 50s. So there's been like 2 or 3 price increases in the last 15 months in Japan. But the price of the yen is completely screwed at the moment against the dollar. And it's why Nintendo is likely holding back the Switch. If they release the Switch now, with the current economic crisis that they're having in Japan, the Switch could be priced at $500-600. Not great. Hey, Chris, I did. I had a good one. But hey, at least we've established that apparently I'm an Xbox hater, so yay. No, the Steam Deck is a good machine. The Steam Deck is a good machine. It could be more powerful, but it is a good machine. But let's get into the main topic of the stream now that we've mocked Concord a little bit, seen the price increase from Sony and how disastrous that's going to be. You know, do you remember when Microsoft recently announced their price increase in Japan? And everyone was bringing down the end of days. I mean, at least with Microsoft, it kind of made a little bit more sense for that because they've got no presence there at all. But that country is hurting. And Sony's like, all right, you're hurting? I got you. Check this out. PS5s will be cheaper. I don't think they're gonna lower the price in Japan. They've just increased them. Goggle, I don't hate Xbox, but apparently people say I'm a Xbox hater. It's why, I don't get invited to anyone's podcast and stuff. One, because they know that I'm not gonna sit there and just say, everything is hunky-dory, everything is perfect and there's no problems whatsoever. Anyone that wants to say that, good for you. I'm just not that sort of person. And you can see that in my sub count, right? Because unlike others, because I speak more realistically and I have a more realistic view of the industry and the way gaming is going and where Xbox is going, which we're about to discuss now, which will probably knock off another 50 to 100 subs from my channel. Because, well, you'll see. I just like to speak the truth. And it's my truth. It's not the absolute truth. You are free to disagree with me. And you know what? If you do disagree, I'm even giving you all a platform to come in and tell me why you disagree. Right? I'm even happy for you to come on to the air and tell me why you disagree. Because I'd love that. Because I'd love to hear different views. My view isn't the 100% be-all and end-all view. But I do like to keep it real. And I'd like to keep it as, straightforward as possible, without the sugarcoating and the, all the flair that goes around it. You know what? It's a bit quiet in here. Let's put some music on. Let's see. Hopefully this won't do. This won't impact much. If it does any performance impact, let me know. For the audio, like I said, my internet is trash, so this might do something, might not do something. I mean, this was supposed to play and it didn't play. I feel I genuinely. Oh, there we go. If you can hear it, great. If you can't, I mean, I can't hear it, but I'm hoping you can hear it. So do you remember this slide that got leaked during the ABK trial? A bunch of other stuff got leaked as well, but this was one of the slides that got leaked. We all remember this, right? And that is A-okay if you don't agree with me. But you can see Microsoft has, you know, even during the ABK trial, they've had a vision. And I guess a lot of people, including myself, just didn't really see it. But it's been there. The whole Play Anywhere, Fire Sticks, the cloud device that basically got cancelled because they couldn't reduce the price enough. Streaming, TVs, mobile gaming, playing through your browser, which is now enabled, Asus ROG Ally on Steam Deck and other devices. There's your console, PCs, xCloud, GeForce Now, and you've got different controllers, ways of playing. On the cloud now, you can use keyboard and mouse to select games. Mobile controllers, this is going to be more for the handheld device that comes out. This is for the, oh my god, that thing is huge. As long as you don't jump this way, I am perfectly okay. Just don't do it. One sec, chat. This is a national emergency. Okay, help is on the way. Can you kill that? That. Right there.
Huh?
It's right there. I can see it.
I can't see it.
Right there. Right there. Look, it's twitching.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, can you kill that?
What the hell is it?
I don't know what it is. That's why I'm asking you to kill it.
Where?
Right there.
Shoe, man.
Look,
Get your shoe.
yeah.
Get your shoe.
See? I'm a hero. But this has been the direction Microsoft has been going in for quite some time, right? Where did it go?
Oh, it fell. It fell behind your back.
Alright, well, you're going to have to crawl behind it.
Nope.
Hey, look, you're like Slender Man.
Bye.
I'm going to die. This has been the direction Microsoft has been going in for quite some time. They've kind of wanted, you know, since the Xbox One came out, the very first game that went to PC day one, the moment they went to PC day one, that was pretty much the end of exclusives when it came to Xbox. I know Microsoft decided to create this whole slogan of console first, because, well, console exclusive, and I think it was Microsoft that created that, because obviously they're releasing their games on PC, so they can't truly call them exclusives anyway, because PC is getting them, right? But then they decided to call it console exclusive, and that worked for a while, but the problem is, their cadence of releases just hasn't been there. And when they have been releasing their games, some of them have been great hits, some of them have been great misses. So overall, they've kind of been focused more in pushing the games out to everyone than they have been just focusing on the home consoles, because they believe that through software, there is more revenue. But you know what? Despite all of this, back in 2017, when Game Pass was introduced and they were going day and date with PC, consoles were still the primary focus. They were. 100%. They were still the primary focus, and the console was the centerpiece for the platform. But then the Xbox One did pretty badly. I think we can all agree on that. And when the Series X launched, it launched without Halo. And that was not a good time. They went a whole year with no first-party game. And that hurt them a lot. And a lot of damage was done, especially with the Xbox One, where people created their back catalogs and whatnot. You know, it's very hard at that point to switch. So come, 22, they bought Bethesda. Or was it in 21? And now they've bought ABK. Well, the whole plan for this was that those were long-term investments. Somewhere along the line, that long-term investment has now changed to a quick buck. And they opened Pandora's box by putting 4 games onto another platform. Sea of Thieves sold over 1 million copies. The moment you open that box, you can never close it again. And Sony's about to realize that when Lego Horizon or Until Dawn or all of these games actually sell really well when it goes day and date, they're about to open something that they may not be able to close. It's just one of those things. And it is why Nintendo is not entertaining this at all. But the moment you start doing that, your games won't stay on the platform for long. Do you know why? Because shareholders don't care about console wars or anything else. They just look at the money coming in and say, right, that's a really good return of investment for my money. I want more of that. And you're going to do more of that, or we'll replace you with someone else that can do more of that. So there's a bit of a problem there. So now it's become about making money, right? To make a return on that $70 billion that they've invested. So where does that leave Xbox right now? We see this over here. We see this here. You had the 2001 with the Xbox and Xbox Live, the 360 with the Kinect. Everyone remembers the Kinect, right? The one where you'd go like this and it would be like your head going this way. I love that machine. It was brilliant. Sonic Riders was so great, right, chat? Right? Sonic Riders? Anyone? Then you had the Xbox One, which introduced Game Pass. The Series X and S, which has Project X Cloud, DFA, but, direct storage was never really utilized. And still to this day, even on PC, I think only a handful of games like Forspoken actually utilize direct storage. But the next one is supposed to be kind of like a cloud hybrid games. I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think it's going to be what this says here. I think it makes sense now for them to rip the band-aid off and just go make it a mini PC. Now, a lot of you are going to say, well, no, we don't want a PC. As far as what you are going to get, it's going to be no different to your Xbox console now. The user when you boot up your next Xbox that you buy, it will be, the user interface will likely be similar to the one you've got right now. You won't actually notice anything. But I just don't think Microsoft is in the business now to try and do those third-party money hat deals. Why do that when you can do something better and get everything? Sure, Microsoft isn't going to make as much money in the long run by doing this, but they're making money other ways. But by releasing a console as well, that's pretty much a PC. As an Xbox customer, not only do you get Game Pass, so all Xbox games, first party, are going to you day one as part of your subscription, and that's not going away. But you also will never miss a game, because even if it doesn't go to Xbox, it's going to go to Steam or Epic or whatever platform that's going to be on there, because essentially it is a PC that you'll be able to play on. So the way they're going now will actually benefit Xbox users way more than where we are right now. Moonlight Ace. Sorry, I've just seen you there, buddy.
Hello?
How's it going, buddy?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing very good, thank you.
Oh, that's good. That's what I like to hear.
What was your question?
My question is, I don't agree with the console thing. I think the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 is the one that's holding this generation back.
It is.
And everybody wants to blame it on the Series S. It's an easy blame. But the real blame is Sony and Xbox. It's both of those old consoles that they don't want to get rid of. And
I've
some
never
people
disputed
don't.
that.
And some people don't know that they both get built by the same company that makes the PlayStation and the Xbox, because they have to, and then they get shipped out.
Yep.
Not a lot of people know about that, but just to make people understand, like I'm not like a console war person, but I got a PlayStation 5. I got an Xbox.
Oh, sorry about that. I pressed the keyboard accidentally.
See, yeah, I got a PlayStation 5. I got an Xbox. I play on all platforms. And I got a Nintendo Switch too. But I play where the games are at, because I'm a gamer.
Yep,
that's
same
all
here.
I am.
Same here.
But at the end of the day, people need to stop blaming the Series S, because you could do more if you go to settings. If you got a 4K TV, set the 4K TV up to play 4K, and then set the settings on your Xbox Series S or X to put 4K on your TV. And they go straight to your console, to your TV. But not a lot of people know about that. They just hook up your Xbox and just turn it on to your TV and just do all the settings.
The 4K is for movies. The Series S for gaming is designed for 1440p max. And that makes sense because of the lower memory. So it has, instead of having 4K textures to load into the memory, it has 1080p or 1440p textures, which is a lot smaller. And then that doesn't actually fill up the RAM as much as it can do. Now, in regards to what you said, yes, if we're looking at games that are going to Xbox One and the PS4, those games definitely are holding back the performance of the other ones. I'm more talking about games that aren't on those consoles, like the Baldur's Gate 3s, like the Wukongs and stuff like that. And they would, if the Series S didn't exist today, Wukong would have been day and date on Xbox Series X. I genuinely believe that. That's my point.
That's a good question.
I can't prove it because I'm not there looking at any. I haven't tested the game or anything like that. I've only played it on PC. And on my 3090 Ti, it runs like a dream. There are bugs there, obviously, but in terms of performance, it's really good for me. My son's got a 3070, and it runs really well for him on high setting. No ray tracing, of course. But he's got 32 gigs of memory. And that's the difference between a console and a PC. But if you're referring to games that are on, that are still being released for the Xbox One and the thing, sure. I wholeheartedly agree with you that they.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here. Is if you look at it, let me get the TV up. You see that right there? It says 4K, and then it says 4K right there. HDMI.
Yeah.
You get the settings for your Xbox to play 4K. You can put your game in 4K. The game could be in 30, but you can play in 4K if you go to settings.
It will upscale.
Push. Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna be. You're not gonna have the best. It's not a PC. It's far from a PC, but you can do that with the PlayStation too.
Yeah,
you can do it with the PlayStation. So you could do that. It's just people have to learn how to go to the settings and learn how to do it. Because some people don't know how to do it.
I mean, even VRR, Xbox's VRR is really, really good. As long as it hits a certain threshold on a frame rate, it's really, really good. I think it's 40 frames. It's really damn good.
And what I'm thinking is what Xbox is going to. And PlayStation is going to follow because they already copied in the roadmap.
They will follow. I think the PlayStation 6, not the 5 Pro, but when they hit PlayStation 6 in 27-ish, 2027, I think they'll go day and date.
I think the console is still going to exist. It's going to be more like Steam. That's why I picture gaming is going to.
Like Steam. It's going to be a PC.
Yeah,
I mean, they are PCs already.
Yeah.
I mean, the Xbox is a PC at the moment. It's just the Series X.
It's a locked hardware. It's locked.
It's locked, yeah. But the Series X runs on Windows.
Yeah.
It's a modified Windows 10. It runs on DirectX 12 Ultimate, which Windows does support natively. It's running on an APU, which, is just drivers running from a Windows operating system, because it is a Windows operated machine. And you've got a CPU. It is modified, yes, because of the way it's built, but ultimately it is pretty much 90% a PC. For the next generation console, I think they're going to go all in on the PC. And what this means for us gamers is that for those people that still want to invest in an Xbox and a console and don't want the hassle of a PC but want that kind of home console experience, even if Sony wanted to block those games, how do you block it from Steam? Because it's not going to have an Xbox API anymore. If it was on the Series X, it would be able to block it because of the Xbox API. But if it's not running an Xbox API anymore, how can they block those PlayStation first-party games going to Steam?
They can't.
They literally cannot. So as an Xbox customer, not only are you getting day-and-date games with your Game Pass with the next generation console, you're getting PlayStation games as they come to console, to PC, which is also going to be available to you, and you're getting all of those games that, those niche games like Yee's RPGs and Trails RPGs and whatnot that are skipping Xbox. Those will never skip again. How is this, as an Xbox customer, a bad thing? You'll have more games that you'll have access to as a catalog. You'll have PlayStation exclusives on your platform as well as Game Pass, which is the best service in gaming. How is that a bad thing?
It's not a bad thing. People are over exaggerating because they think the console is going to go away. You see the Series S, it's all digital. That's what gaming is going for, digital.
Oh yeah, because they lose too much money on physicals.
Yeah, so CDs is going away. It's like when you had a VCR, you had to do that, and then everything changed to a DVD, and now it's a new age. Everything's going digital. Everybody's streaming now. So the box, you still gonna have the box. It's just you're gonna be streaming mostly on that box. You could buy it digitally. It doesn't matter to them because you're still paying them. It's just like the PC. The PC takes no CDs anymore. You just have to buy it digitally.
Do you know why companies want to go full digital?
Because it's less. They don't have to spend that much money on a CD to make them.
Nope. I mean, that's
why?
That's a little bit of the thing, but that's not the main reason. Okay. If you walked into, you're in the US, right?
Yes.
If you walked into your Walmart and you picked up a game off the shelf for $70, Xbox would get $50 of that. The retailer would get about $20. Right? If you bought it digitally, Xbox would get $70 of that off their store. If you walked into a secondhand store and bought that same game, how much is Microsoft making off that game?
Nothing.
There you go. That's the reason why they want to get rid of it. That's the reason why they want to get rid of the secondhand gaming. When Spider-Man 2 came out, my local computer exchange here in the UK, on day 2 or 3 had over 50 copies of a secondhand Spider-Man 2s. And people were walking in and out and buying them left, right, and center because they were cheaper than retail. And it's been 2 days. What are they going to do to the disc? Draw on it. It's almost like the brand new. So why wouldn't I
Yeah, you
pay
got a point.
£10-15 less and get a second-hand copy than thing? But Sony lost so much money off that. And when you're looking at the contract that they have with Marvel, one can assume that they're not going to be happy with people doing that. So this is why when it comes to physical games, they want to phase them out because they lose an enormous amount of money to the second-hand market.
I don't know about that because sometimes people could pirate the games.
I mean, if you're gonna pirate, you're gonna pirate anyway, right? So that's
yeah,
irrelevant.
but some people just do it because they just like if PlayStation is not gonna put that game on there, 100%. I know a couple people who just pirate the game because PlayStation don't want to put the game on there, and then they
has
just
anyone
gonna lose
even
money out
cracked
of
the
it.
PS5?
I don't know. I know
Yeah.
people cracked the PS4.
Yeah, the PS4 did, but the PS5 hasn't been done. Nor is the Series X. So,
But I know you could play PlayStation 5 games on the PC. They could just crack it, and then they could just play it on there. And
you
they
would
don't have
need
to
an
buy a
enormously
PlayStation game.
powerful PC to emulate the PS5 right now. Usually you're looking at 5 times the power if you're emulating it, because it has to render what you're seeing twice, both internally and then externally. So you're essentially running the game twice to emulate it and for you to be able to play it. So I don't even think the 4090s are capable of doing that right now.
Some people could do it and some people can't. If you got the talent enough to do it, you could definitely do it.
No, I'm saying that I don't think PCs are actually capable of doing it right now. Maybe
I don't know.
maybe the 50 or the 60 series. But
They
right
already
now
got
they're
an
not.
emulator. They already got an emulator on your phone. You could play PS5 games on your phone.
No, that's streaming.
No, I said emulator.
A phone is not emulating the PS5 or the Series
No, I said
X.
it's an app. It's an emulator.
Yeah, what is it emulating?
It's like the PS5 games. It's like an emulator. You ever heard of My Boy?
Yeah.
It's the same thing as that. It's an emulator.
No, I get that,
You
but
could
what's it going to run? 1 frame a second?
I don't know. It's just some people got talent to do it, and some people don't. If you got a talent to get that game out of there, and you don't have to pay for it, you don't have to buy that PlayStation 5 game. You could just emulate it. A lot of people got a lot of talent, and sometimes people don't realize that. It may be hard for us to emulate it because we're not talented enough to do it. If somebody's really good at it, they go do it like this, like it's nothing.
The technology isn't there for them to do it.
I believe the technology is there. This is how you use it. But I might be wrong or I might be right. But I know a couple people did it already. So if they probably lied to me.
I think what they're doing is streaming it and saying that they're playing it, because you can stream it. It's a bit like the PlayStation Portal. You know, the PlayStation Portal is running PS5 games, but it's actually just streaming it. That's all they're doing.
Alright. Because I be emulating games on my phone, like the old Game Boy games. So that I don't want to buy another game. Because those things be costing mad money now. That's for those games. I could just emulate it on my phone.
Yeah, streaming it on your phone is fine. It's just like you can play Xbox games on your phone right now through the cloud.
Yeah, because I emulate the Game Boy games.
Mm-hmm.
I pirate them basically onto the phone. And it's not easy for me to do that. So I was buying off of somebody on Facebook Market for one game. It's like $60. I'm like, you guys are bugging. But back to the Xbox though. People are stuck in the past and they not ready to change. They console warn about a game, and that's not gonna make them money, and it's not gonna help you out to make them do better.
Say that again.
Basically, people are console warn. They stuck in the 2000s, and staying on one platform is not gonna make them a lot of money because it made its peak. The gaming man is pink. When COVID happened, everything changed. More people was on the video games than ever.
Oh yeah, because we were stuck at home.
Yeah, so they see much money they can make. So why they would lose out money to not put games on the other platform? So
I mean, right now they don't really have a choice because their consoles aren't selling.
Yeah, they don't have a choice, but they could definitely take a hit if they wanted to, but they're not.
I mean, they've already spent 70 billion. They're not going to take any more hits after spending 70. The whole purpose
so
of
they want to
return.
So they want to invest into their money. So what's the best way? Putting games on PC, the Nintendo Switch, and PlayStation.
Yeah,
so
which is what they're doing.
You're going to maximize the profit. But at the end of the day, people should not be caring because at the end of the day, I spent money in. You got Game Pass, so it's spending money in Xbox pockets to invest into more games and give it to you on Game Pass. You're only paying $20, so you won't have to pay $70. So who is the sucker that's paying $70 and you paying $20?
Exactly.
Who's winning?
You're basically agreeing with what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm basically agreeing with what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. But sometimes I'll be looking at other people be saying in the chat, saying like they don't agree with most of that stuff. Like they think the Series S is bad because it's holding a generation back. But it's really not. It's what I'm arguing about is the last gen console is really holding everybody back.
I mean, the fact that they're still releasing for those, yes. But games like Kingdom Come Deliverance, that had to have the game reduced in scope.
And the developers are blaming on the Series S is really because that's the easy blame for it. You could easily blame it on that. Because they're not gonna blame on the old hardware because that's gonna look bad on both sides. So they're gonna look like a fool. And nobody don't like looking like a fool.
Look at it this way. You got a half a liter bottle. Right?
Yeah.
How can I fit 1 liter into that half a liter bottle?
You can't.
You can't. And this is the problem. Now, with Kingdom Come Deliverance, they needed the extra memory of RAM, like another 4 gig. It doesn't have it. So instead of trying to lower the textures and everything else, they just decided that it wasn't worth the hassle, and they just cut the map by 25%.
Yeah, and then what you gonna do with next generation? Are they gonna do the same thing, or are they gonna change it?
It depends.
And that's the question everybody needs to ask.
I don't think Xbox
if you're
is
a PlayStation fan or Xbox fan.
They won't
that's
be releasing
the main
an S.
question. Huh?
There won't be an S next generation.
Mm.
There will be no S next generation. It's just going to be that hybrid mini PC they're working on.
No, I'm talking about if they're gonna leave the series like they're doing right now with the PlayStation 4 and then the PlayStation 5. Are they gonna do the same thing and hold the generation back even more?
Oh God, I hope not.
And that's the question people should be asking. Thinking to yourself, if they're gonna do that, what's gonna happen to next generation? Nobody ain't thinking about that. Everybody just competing with each other, seeing what console is better, but they're not looking at the bigger picture. Is if they capable to hold this generation back, what they gonna do with next generation? That's the question I'm asking.
Time will tell.
So what do you think? Would they hold the next generation back or push it forward?
I'm hoping they will leave the old generation behind and work on the next generation. Maybe if they support it, have games cross-gen for about 6 months, but after that, leave it behind. A small transition, if anything, if it's going to be backwards compatible. But if Microsoft is going the way that they're going with, which is what I think they are with a PC, it won't even matter because it's just going to be a mini PC. So they'll have enough RAM in there to do what they need to do, and the Xbox games will pretty much be released as a PC version anyway. It won't be released as an Xbox version.
If they do that, you don't need a console for like 10 years. If I thinking what they're doing, we probably don't need a console for 10 years.
Maybe, yeah. Depends on how long the hardware lasts and how powerful it is at launch.
Yeah,
because these machines come out outdated before they're even out.
Yeah, the technology evolves really fast, and that's what some people don't get is technology evolves really fast. It's like people was like, oh, this and that, that and that. But I say if you have an old laptop to the 2000s, would it appear to the new laptop right now?
No,
it wouldn't. So that's what people don't understand. Technology always evolves. If you're not ready to evolve, you're just stuck in the past that you want the gaming place to be at. And everything has to evolve. You can't stay in one spot. That's how you lose money, and that's how your company goes extinct, basically.
Let me answer this super chat. Make it simple, $5. Thank you for that $5 super chat. How would Xbox make profit off the launches on this hybrid Xbox PC? Also, what would also mean that Xbox Live would be free? Xbox Live will be free. Xbox Live, if they go the route I'm thinking, Xbox Live will be abolished. But think of it this way. This next generation console will be a reference console, right? So it means that if they are going the way I think they are, and honestly, I genuinely do think that they are going this way, they're not going to be the only people making an Xbox. It's going to be a reference with the same UI and stuff like that. Think of it like these portable handhelds. They're all essentially the same, but they've just got different specs in them, with the Asus ROG Ally X at the moment being at the forefront in terms of performance, right? It's going to be the same thing. You're going to have Asus making an Xbox. You're going to have Lenovo making an Xbox. And essentially, you're going to get a small form factor PC referenced, built on the reference of an Xbox that they're going to give them to be compliant. And then you'll have different specs of the console out there. And you buy the one that suits your pocket. But there will be certain things that all of them have to adhere to in terms of performance. Like they'll have to, for example, if they set a minimum of 32 gigs of memory, all of them have to have a 32 gig of memory in order to be compliant. That I'm just making that as an example. And if they say, the minimum compliance is 8 gigs of VRAM for your graphics card, then as long as they're compliant with that, they can go higher, but they can't go lower. But by going this way, they are going to reduce their footprint on actually having to make the console, because they won't need to make as many consoles because everyone else will be doing that for them as well. So they're reducing huge costs there. At the same time, they don't need to go to other publishers and pay them money to put their games onto their platform. It won't matter because it's going onto PC, so they're saving an enormous amount of money there. And so the loss that they're going to take from Xbox Live will easily be offset by the amount of money they'll save elsewhere. And then, when it comes to their games, if you buy it on the Xbox, they'll get 100% of the money. If you buy it through the Steam storefront, they'll take 70% of the money. If you buy it on a PS5 or PS6, they'll take 70% of the money. If you buy it on the Switch, they'll take 70% of the money. So they're losing out on Game Pass here. Not on Game Pass, on Xbox Live, but they're not losing out on Game Pass. And I don't think, even if they remove Xbox Live as a value there, overall Game Pass will drop that much in price. Because the consoles will still exist for Ultimate, unless you fully transfer to PC Game Pass, but they're still getting your subscription. Even if you were to downgrade to that $10, they're still getting that subscription off you. And everyone else that's buying the games, instead of it now being locked down to just PC and Xbox, it's going to PlayStation and the Switch. So they've got 2 extra revenues there for buying. And now they're also pushing out, the options to play your stuff through the cloud with Fire Sticks and GeForce Now. So that money will be offset by the fact of the console.
And I got something else to add to your thing.
Sure.
You remember what Phil Spencer said? He don't like exclusives.
He does, but Seti doesn't.
So if you get rid of the exclusives, right? You want to play where you want to play at. You don't have to buy a PlayStation. You don't have to buy an Xbox. If all the games are everywhere, would that be a better thing for gaming instead of having exclusives? And then the games can do well, what platform, wherever they on. It just where you want to play at. You think that would be better?
That's a double-edged sword, right? So, let's say, for example, Woodpit. He's always invested in an Xbox, right?
Yeah.
Now, if those games go to other platforms, and all he wants to do is buy an Xbox. Sorry, Woodpit, I'm using you as an example here. Now, if those games now go to other platforms, that's happy days because Microsoft is making more money, the games are becoming more successful, jobs are being secured. But as an Xbox customer, you are losing out because you are giving people less reason to buy the platform. That in turn means that the console sales will go down, third-party publishers will think twice about releasing a game on your platform, and they'll start skipping, essentially where we are now. So the value of your console diminishes. It has to be a two-way street. The only way around this is to go PC. Like they turn it into a mini PC. So even if those games go to everywhere, because you've got access to the other storefronts, you as an Xbox customer will never miss out. And as long as that can be achieved, which I believe is what they're going to go for, that's how they go about it.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is because PC is a platform off the rip. People always trying to exclude PC off the platform thing. I don't get it, but PC is a platform, like everything else. PlayStation is a platform. If PlayStation and Xbox is putting the games on PC, where's the point of buying a PlayStation and Xbox if you got a PC? And that's my main point right there. If they getting both of you guys exclusives.
Your back catalog. Like for me, I've got loads of games on Xbox One. I've got loads of games digitally for Xbox 360. For me, the Xbox Series console is valuable because it has, thousands of pounds worth of games for me on there. So to me, the console is valuable. So it still has its value. But if you're just looking for next generation games, then you get the platform that you want to play the game on, and that's really it.
Because I was wondering, because if both companies are putting their games on the PC, both on PC, they all going to Steam. So what is the point of having an Xbox or PlayStation if all the games is going on Steam?
Because people don't want a huge PC tower next to their TV. Or simply put, like me, I work on PCs 10 hours a day. I don't want to even touch my PC, but once I finish work, I just want to sit, press my controller, put the console on, and go straight into a game. I don't even want to jump on my PC half the time when I finish work. It's a psychological thing. Consoles are just simpler. I don't want to, so I go into a game, the first thing I'm going to do is set everything to max on PC, to ultra, and then see if it works. If it doesn't, then I'm going to start tweaking it. I spend 20 minutes tweaking it, and then happy days. On console, you don't have that problem. It's one performance. That's it. Or you'll have performance mode or quality mode. It's preset. You don't have any of that hassle. You get into the game a lot quicker. And people just prefer that.
But if you're trying to make a game, exactly like if you put Steam on the Xbox, you basically want a PC. You basically want a PC into a console that you don't want that much hassle.
Yes,
but if they go that way, and if you have Steam on there, it's no point in having a PlayStation 2. It's no point in having a PlayStation. It's no point at all.
I mean, they'll still get their games early, right? They'll get until they go day and date. They'll get their games first. But at the same time, if you still want to play your PS4 games or your PS2 games or your PS1 games, there is every reason to have a PlayStation. Unless you're going to emulate them illegally on your PC, but That's different. That's illegal.
And then you got the FTC, because they on Microsoft's ass for no apparent reason.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just the FTC don't like American companies, and they in America. I don't get it. Don't get it at all. It's a lot of politics into it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make no sense. But if they in third place, it's no point at hassling them if PlayStation is in first. And then you got the
This has
gaming
nothing to do
media.
with Xbox.
I believe so, because the it's how far they can have the what you call it, your image. It can be destroyed real quickly by the media and by the FTC, because they could use that against them, like they try to use it against them.
No, the only reason the FTC is there is to basically show Microsoft that they can't do what they want. The CMA did the same thing. They're just trying to show Microsoft that even though they're one of the biggest companies in the world,
but they still trying to take them to court.
Yeah, of course.
They still trying to take it to court.
Because the FTC believe that they can get the preliminary injunction through. And if they can get that, you'll never see a merger again.
Yeah, but they was using it. The gaming journalist said something about it, about Xbox, and then he used that thing to take them to court again. That happened like a couple of days ago, but that's what I'm talking about. The word of mouth is dangerous. It's how.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter because they can't actually use that against them. They've only appealed on the basis of Jacqueline Corley's decision, and that's the only thing that matters in that case. Anything else that the FTC brings onto the table doesn't matter. They just what's at trial here is that her decision, the FTC believes is wrong, and now it's the arguments are being put forward to see if her decision was wrong. If it was, then Microsoft have to dissolve ABK. Well, not dissolve, divest. If it's not, then the FTC goes their own way.
Because they was trying to use Indiana Jones. That's the game they was trying to use.
They were using
to bring up the case.
They were using everything. So, yeah, all of that is fluff.
So if you think about it, if they did that to bring it onto the PlayStation, so they don't have to have no battle with them, and the argument is dead.
Yeah, but that's still not working for them, is it? The FTC is still there.
No.
So, like I said, it's all fluff. There's a bigger game being played here that's got nothing to do with video games.
So what do you think the game is getting played by?
The FTC wants to win the preliminary injunction. If they do, that will be the first one they win in the last 50, 60 years. It will be a landmark case, a landmark decision. It will set a new precedent, and it will give the FTC unprecedented powers to be able to block any merger going forward from this day forward. That is a very, very scary future. So that's why it's taken so long. But my dude, thank you very much for jumping on. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me on your show. I appreciate it. Everybody, have a beautiful day. And God bless everybody.
Take it easy, buddy.
You too.
All right, so there's a lot of questions here that I didn't get to answer. Let's see. Chaos, do you think we'll still have games libraries? 100%. So what they're going to actually do, I'm going through all the stuff I've missed. So what they will actually do, what they're doing right now that I know is actually happening is that with Windows 11, just like they got Android working in a sandbox for Windows 11, they're trying to get Xbox as a OS in a sandbox working with Windows 11. And once that works, and I'm guessing by 2026 they are going to get that working because they're working diligently with the new UI, your Xbox essentially will be integrated into Windows. So it will be there, and when you log in with your Xbox Live profile, your Game Pass profile, it will automatically come up with all the purchases that you've already got, and you'll be able to play all of those games. That's the goal there. Byron says PlayStation 1 first-party games can run smoothly on Windows through Steam and Epic Game Store. Other platforms alike. Yes, they can. I've played numerous PlayStation games on PC and they run smooth. It's all dependent on what settings you choose and stuff, and your PC's power. Let's see. Rurik 99 Ruken, thank you very much for that follow. I appreciate it. Xbox One did TV. They did, Connor. And honestly, they are, everyone, loads of people use their Series X's and PS5s now for TV, right? For Netflix and, different programs, Apple TV. They were a bit ahead of the time, but they were there. Xbox is claiming market is changing, but Xbox is literally the only one changing. Can't really make that claim. Whole grain, that is partially true. One thing that Microsoft does is they see trends quite early. The Xbox One TV thing is a prime example. It was way too early, but they saw where that trend is. And they're not generally wrong when it comes to it. They've got, at picking up trends, they're pretty damn good. They always jump the gun too early. Like with the Xbox One, they jumped the gun like 5 years early with that whole TV marketing. If they waited for the Series X, it would have been a much better marketing scheme. But, is the console market shrinking? According to Matt Piscatella, it's not. It's only shrinking for Xbox. We'll find out in a few years, right? Microsoft would get no software sales if Steam was on the next Xbox. Of course they would. If it's an Xbox first-party game, they are going to get sales. They're going to get 70% of those games. Sony's changing as well because Sony is going to launch their PC launcher if Sony isn't coming out with the PS6. I think Sony is going to come out with the PS6, but I also think that they are going to release, by PS6, they're going to release their launcher and go day and date with PC as well. I think once they see the amount of money that Microsoft is going to make in 2026, when they release their kind of hybrid PC, they're saving money on the console. Xbox Live is going to go away. Their games will be on all platforms, bringing in a lot of money through software revenue, and that is where Microsoft excels anyway. With other manufacturers potentially building reference machines, at that point, which shareholder is going to look at that and say, look at the amount of money coming in, and say, I don't want that? And that's when the pressure is going to pile on Sony. For sure, dude, for sure. Finally, we got someone on the show. Xbox One done the damage to themselves. Xbox One was basically ahead of its time with the whole media thing. I mean, that's something we'll never know. It looks like that was the case, especially with Microsoft's response, but we'll see. I don't think they're ever going to come out with the actual information. Xbox One was $599, PS4 was the right price. If you didn't know, the PS4 was actually supposed to come out at a similar price because it was supposed to be bundled with a camera. But when they saw the reaction that Xbox got on stage when Xbox went first, in the back, they took the camera out and reshuffled the price very, very, very quickly. They didn't have none of that TV stuff, but they did have it bundled with the camera as well to keep it in sync with Xbox. But when they saw the reaction Xbox got, they worked lightning fast to come up with a new pricing strategy with their finance team in the back in record time, and they went with it without the actual camera. That's the thing. Can you imagine if PlayStation went first things would have been a whole lot different. Maybe. Well, isn't that always the case, Stephen? And how many of them actually bought Baldur's Gate 3? Not many. Not many at all. Chaos, in the end, everything will be an app. Of course. I've said this all the time. This sort of PC console that Chaos is talking about will cost 800 min and sell 5 to 10 million. I mean, who knows? 2 years is a long time. The economy could fix itself. Prices could drop. We might see it for about 600, 649.99. They need to keep it competitive. I mean, even the next generation console with the PS6, you don't think that's going to be $499.99, do you? That's still going to be expensive. I mean, essentially, it's still a PC. So, we'll see. How can they block it running on my PC? How can Steam block the game running on my profile right now on PC? If it's a PC reference with no Xbox API calls, it's literally just Windows running Steam. How can they block it? They literally cannot block it. Now, if it's on the Series X that has Xbox API calls, that they can block. But if Steam is being installed on a generic Windows install running on an x64 platform, they cannot block it. And that is the way Microsoft is going to go to make sure it can't be blocked. That's the whole point. Sanchez, exactly. That's the point. That is 100% the point. That is exactly the point. And that is where Microsoft is going, right? And honestly, with the way the console hasn't been selling, with the way the demand in Europe has been dropping, for the gamers, I think this is probably it's probably the only approach they've got at the moment, unless they go really hard in marketing and advertising, which could also fail. This approach, to me, is, for them at least, the easiest approach for a win-win situation. And like I said, as an Xbox customer, would you prefer the situation we have now, with games coming to Game Pass and games skipping Xbox, or games coming to Game Pass and you having all the games available to you regardless of the storefront on your Xbox? As far as Microsoft is concerned, they're still benefiting from their games going to multi-platform and getting all the money. You're also getting those games, at least for the time being, as a timed exclusive. So you're playing them first anyway, be it on PC or the mini Xbox or whatever it's going to be called. I don't see this as a big problem. But the traditional console wars or the console situation will be gone. And the moment Microsoft makes this leap and this massive change, Sony will eventually follow. I don't think they'll do it immediately. I think they'll maybe wait a generation before they follow suit. Because the amount of money that they waste on R&D to make these consoles that are already outdated the moment they're released, it's a pain in the ass. Why would Steam FTC be involved, Connor? That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. So having Steam on a Windows platform will get the FTC involved? I don't think you're thinking this through, buddy. Exactly, Rip Sonata. No secondhand games. Man, I missed a lot of chat. I think I'm just scanning through, seeing if there's anything. Hey, Steve, welcome to the stream. How was your holiday, Steve? I hope it was great. There's a lot. If I've missed anything, please ask again. Because, there's a lot. I'm just going to skip down. What if Microsoft drops Xbox partners with Sony on a console that has Game Pass? What if Microsoft... As Microsoft has already tried, Phil has already tried, I think at least twice, to get Game Pass onto PlayStation. He's actually, I think, tried twice now. And this was brought up in the FTC case, right? This was brought up during the FTC case, and Sony said no, they don't want it. So it's not like Phil hasn't tried to do that already. He's actively tried to do that already. From the Edge browser, yes, they can. For the longest time, Genshin Impact was blocked on one of the browsers that I was trying to stream from with GeForce Now on my Steam Deck. And I found a really old Firefox browser, and it enabled it because they didn't blacklist all of the versions of Firefox. So what they do is they look for the actual version string, and they just blacklist those strings on it to block it from displaying. So that's why if you use, if you use GeForce Now with certain browsers, some games will appear, some games won't. But that's possible. JP, what about looking at it the other way? By release, Indiana Jones now is going to have 100 million users. They don't need to sell their business to PlayStation. They're putting Indiana Jones on Xbox and PlayStation. So those PlayStation customers now become Xbox MAUs the moment they start paying $70 and playing those games. So all of those PlayStation players that are going to play Indiana Jones will all factor into Microsoft's MAU, which is going to be very good for their investors. And if there's any microtransactions in there, Microsoft is going to get 70% of that money. This can work out to be very lucrative for Microsoft. They are increasing their console market from 30 million to 90 million overnight. Are we left? I don't even think it's going to be a hybrid make kit. I think it's just going to be a flat out mini PC that will run Xbox games. The whole concept of it being hybrid was for it to have like a cloud infrastructure thing to it. So it kind of utilizes the power of the cloud while it's running games. But I think this is going to be literally a mini PC. That's what makes sense to me. I hope Star Wars outsells Black Myth. I mean, I know I'm going to enjoy Outlaws more than Black Myth. I don't like those sorts of games that Black Myth is, but that's just my personal taste. I didn't like Elden Ring either. Is that how much it actually... That's what it equates to. I didn't know what it equated to, Devastator. But damn, that is rough. I mean, Microsoft is already telling you here, right? Microsoft is already telling you here. We don't care where you play, as long as you're playing through us. If you're playing it through the cloud, great. We're going to make money from it if you're using GeForce Now because you have to buy the game. We're going to make 70% on that. If you're playing it on xCloud, we're making money off Game Pass. If you're buying it on PC, we're still making money, but you can play it. We're okay with that. If you're buying it on console, we're making 100%. If you're buying it on this, 70%. Or if you're buying it through the PC Game Pass, 100%. If you're playing it through any of these, right, they're getting 100% of the Game Pass money. They don't care where you're playing it. They've made this decision. Like, this brochure is pretty much telling you that whether you buy an Xbox or not, they know that there's always going to be a demand for a console. So they will continue to release a console while demand is there. But by making it a reference console, which is what I believe they're going to do, they don't even have to invest much in that either. Because other people will make a console based on the minimum reference that they're going to pass out to them and have other people do it for them, just like they're doing right now with the Asus ROG Ally and the Lenovo and the MSI Claw and, you know, all of these Aya Neos and stuff like that. They're all releasing handheld PCs now, fighting to become the best. In the end, you're going to get Microsoft releasing their version of the console, the PC, which is going to be the base model. Think of it like the Steam Deck. And then you'll have other companies like Asus and MSI releasing their version with their own whatever on there to sell you the same product with slightly maybe tweaked performance. So they'll actually be saving money, not losing money. Don't forget, Microsoft don't make any money off their consoles. So if they can offload that cost to someone else, I think they'd be more than happy to at this point. See, this is my major concern about Xbox going this way, right? This is my biggest concern. Now, I understand Xbox is going a certain way. No matter how much we moan about it or complain about it, they're not going to listen to us, right? They've already made that decision. We can complain on social media, we can air our voices, and we can say how we feel, but in the grand scheme of things, it's not going to change anything. But what Stephen has said there, that is my concern. I genuinely fear that them going down this route will have a hugely negative impact on gaming when it comes to price. Because no matter how you look at it, with Game Pass being there, even if Xbox is not as successful as PlayStation, because it's not, we all can agree on that, I hope. Game Pass is a huge deterrent for Sony. If they increase their prices too much, the hardcore will still go and buy a PS5 or a PS6, but the casuals, they don't care. They go where the best deal is. And if that price point exceeds a certain point, then they'll look at Game Pass and say, look, I can get all of this for little Timmy, and he can play all of this for $15 a month. But with the hardware gone, that becomes a little harder to sell. Where are you selling Game Pass? On the internet? Not everyone around the world has good internet at the moment. I don't. In this place where I'm living, in the Bamboonies, my internet sucks. It sucks balls. Literally. I hate it. It's rubbish. Going from 1 gigabit internet down to 50 meg, I'm telling you, it feels like I'm living in the Stone Ages. I can't even use GeForce Now properly. It's really painful. But, it is what it is. But I genuinely fear that when Microsoft makes this kind of leap, I genuinely fear what's going to happen with the pricing point for other companies, because there'll be nothing there to stop them anymore. Nintendo is Nintendo. Nintendo does their own thing. But if Sony decided overnight, all right, we're going from 70 to 85 bucks in the UK, they can do that. It did. Hey, look, Devin, leave my internet alone. What I'm worried about is the third-party games that sell on console, like Dead Space, Final Fantasy, Resident Evil, etc. If it's a PC, you can buy keys for cheap. Yeah, that is true. But what percentage of the gamers do you genuinely believe actually do that? 10%? 15%? It's not as big as you actually think it is to impact overall sales. And believe me when I say that when they're estimating sales, at least back in the past, when I was talking with my friend at Sumo Digital, and they were estimating, what their sales forecast was going to be and how much they were going to sell, they actually estimated for piracy, for stolen keys, and all of this stuff. And then they were left with the net result that they thought that they were going to get. So all of this stuff is factored in anyway, when it comes to them working out how much they're going to make. And then they decide what the budget is and everything else. By the way, that game was Forza Horizon 5. But yeah, so a lot of that is factored in, and it's not as big as you anticipate to be. There are obviously on X, it's an echo chamber, right? So people are constantly going about and saying, oh, you can buy it from here and you can buy it from there, and it's always going to be the same thing. And that echo chamber will revolve around again and again. I mean, you always see the same 5 people laughing at each other's jokes and whatnot. It's an echo chamber. And the more that those 5 people rotate that conversation, the louder it gets. Except in case of the Dreamcast. Piracy really did murder that one. That thing was too easy to pirate. They made a big, big mistake. The problem is, Sony will... I genuinely believe that the PlayStation fans, even if they increase their games to £90 in the UK, would still buy it. Because I see them no different to Apple fans. And that's not me insulting them in any way. I mean, Apple is very successful with their iPhones, but they can release an iPhone with the tiniest upgrade on the iPhone 16. And those Apple fans will go get rid of the 15 and buy the 16 because it's the new shiny. Right? I see PlayStation fans the same. The brand name has reached a really high level. And even if they release their games at £90, they will turn around and go, I'm paying for greatness. So why aren't you paying for Concord? Right? Why ain't you paying for Concord? Concord needs your money for greatness. Almost got away with a straight face. Happy Cloud Gamer. Have a good night, my dude. And John, the Xbox store will be there. For those games that are, even if it's like the PC version of like let's just say for hypothetically Starfield, right? Starfield has a console when it comes to Game Pass, the actual version on Game Pass PC and Game Pass console is actually the same version. That's why it can't really interact with Steam. It's the same version, and all they do is, well, on PC you can actually push it way higher. So you can actually run it at the 60 or 70. That's why games like Still Wakes Till Deep, I think it was called, that horror game, very good game by the way, you absolutely should play it. It's like 6 hours long, fantastic game though. On the Game Pass PC, it didn't have DLSS support. But on the Windows version, it did have DLSS support. Because they're not the same version. PC Game Pass is essentially the console version with just boosted graphics, boosted specs. So you will essentially get that version on your console. So if you'll still have the option to buy it through Game Pass if you really want to. So for you, nothing will change. But those games that skip, you can still buy them, right? You'll have the option. And I don't know about you guys, but personally, just me personally, I'd rather have the option than no option. How many people here would rather have the option to buy any game that's out there than not have the option and have companies skip them? I don't know about sleek goggle, but they haven't been slim, that's for sure. That's a big boy. That is one big boy. But that's where I see Xbox going. And I just don't see it as a bad thing. I don't see it as a thing. I don't see it as a bad thing. For the time being, at least, until further news comes out, Xbox gamers are getting those games first. Whether you're on PC or on Xbox, you will play games like Indiana Jones first. When PlayStation comes to play them, they'll get it, 4 or 5 months later at £70 while you're playing something else. What did you say, Leaf? I didn't see it. What was your last comment? Xbox Store on PC has Death Stranding, console version doesn't. Exactly. It does. It also has Forspoken because it's just a PC storefront. Leaf Storm. It is just a PC storefront. See, my dude Sanchez knows. We need that Concord Deluxe Edition. By the way, Sanchez, blink once if someone's forcing you to say this. Blink twice if your life is in danger. Mate, that PS2 Slim was ridiculous. That thing was crazy. That's cool, Susano. They are Sanchez. They will. I can run PlayStation games on my Steam Deck. I can run it on my PC. It doesn't matter. They are getting a period of exclusivity, which is slowly but surely getting smaller and smaller and smaller as time goes on, and as they work things out and get things right. But ultimately, just like Xbox is going to enjoy that exclusivity period with their games, Sony's going to do the same. But that's all part of the experience, right? J. Martin in developer mode? Yes, it is. that's the thing, Stephen. They're not going to do that. They're just not. And this is what I was telling Moon. At the end of the day, people have their libraries now. I've got loads of money invested in my Xbox. I'm not just going to throw that away. Those games are there for me and my kids to play later on down the line if we choose to. King, right now you can't. But with the next generation Xbox, there's a... If it is going to be the way I think it is, you will. If it's available on Steam, it'll be available on playable on Xbox. Well, if you can call it an Xbox. Call it whatever you like to call it. But I don't know. You tell me, guys, what you think. You agree? Not agree? Is there merit to what I'm saying? No merit at all? I mean, obviously in 2026 we are going to see. But all this doom and gloom that's been going around for Xbox, I don't think it's as bad as people are saying it. It is a shame that, you know, they've gone, you know, when I say a shame, I mean in terms of, you know, the console essentially being eroded, if they are going the way I'm saying, because essentially it is just going to be an Xbox branded PC. But at the same time, as a gamer, you are standing to win a lot more and have a lot more. And in the end, isn't that the most important thing? Diablo, I'm just saying, like, what's your ultimate thoughts on this? Do you agree, disagree? To me, the ultimate thing here is, as a consumer, am I getting the best deal for my money? Am I getting the games I want to play on my preferred platform? And if Xbox goes the way of the mini PC, whether it's going to be $600 or $700, you will have access to all games. Whether it's the, you know, SNK versus Capcom or the Marvel, you know, the Capcom Fighters Collection, all of those games that skipped, you know, the Monster Hunter Stories and Ace Attorneys and whatever, you'll have access to all of those games from not having access. How is this a bad thing? But it won't be an Xbox anymore, so how are they going to block it? So you're still thinking it's going to be an Xbox console. It's not going to be an Xbox console. It is going to run a vanilla version of Windows. How do you block it from running on Windows? You're not thinking this through, buddy. I know the thought of it must be killing you, that it's going to run on there. It must be. But you can have a million versions of Windows available on a million laptops. Every single one of them is going to install Steam, and every single one of them is going to play God of War. You can't block a laptop. You can't block Windows. They're not going to do it. They will not do it. We're going to check out the new Nintendo one. I don't know if you guys want to check out the whatchamacallit, the indie stuff. But that's it. That's it right there. It's changing. It's not going to be a traditional console anymore. It's not going to have Xbox Live. It's not going to have any of that. It's going to have PC Game Pass on there. It's going to have Game Pass on there, so you can run, you know, Xbox games and whatnot, but it's essentially just going to be Windows. It's no longer going to be a traditional console. But they've been pushing for this for such a long time. It's the trajectory for this has been happening. And all ABK has done is pushed it evermore, has pushed it. And I think it was Tim Stewart that said ABK has accelerated their progress by 10 years. That's the impact that ABK had on their future plans. So this was always in the making. This was always on the roadmap for them. They've just had it accelerated by 10 years. Slimy, the only one that's coping is you. Literally the only one here that's coping is you. And I don't get why. I literally don't understand why. Essentially devastated, yeah. No worries, Punkalicious. Do you know what? I think Slimy just has a malfunction. He doesn't understand that if the next generation console, well, machine is going to be what I think it is, it's not a console, it is a PC. That malfunction is very strong. Vertigo, you ain't wrong. There is a bit of that. There is a bit of that. But you know what? Listen to this, right? Listen to this. Listen to this.
I have some notes, so bear with me here.
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing.
Like, the message coming out of Xbox, to my mind, could not be more clear, right? And that is, we dare you to leave, right? Because the fact is, no amount of crying, gnashing of teeth, ripping out of the hair, rendering your garments and all of that, none of that is going to change what they're doing, right? You can get mad all you want. You would be better off thinking about this in terms of what is best for you, because they are doing what is going to be best for them. And what does that mean? If Activision were the ones to acquire Bethesda, if Microsoft spun off Xbox Game Studios and Activision acquired that as well, would you call Activision weak? I wouldn't. I'd say they were one of the biggest publishers out there. So it's not necessarily they're doing this from a position of weakness. This is from a position of strength. It is just that the platform holder business is what we have to get our heads away from. Because how many times are they going to tell you, and how many times are they going to show you that your feelings as a fan don't matter? And every time any one of us comes on here and says, well, I still get the games get day one, I still get Game Pass, what they are saying is, we know that, and we don't think you're going to leave. We think you're going to cry about it, but at the end of the day, you're still subscribed till 2026. So what are you going to do, right? And they think that because they're providing you with some value, that is good enough for you to stay. And when they say they have the highest console users ever, that is because 7 of the top 10 played games are from games that are cross-platform, multi-platform, right? So a lot of people upgraded for the college football because they had to. But the reality is Minecraft, Apex Legends, Call of Duty, GTA 5, right? Roblox, Fortnite are all cross-platform. And so for every one of us hardcore people that's like, I don't play that shit, or this is effed up, there's 10 of those casuals. And now they own Call of Duty and they own Diablo and everything else that they own through what they acquired. And what they're basically telling you is your services are no longer needed. We don't believe you're gonna go, but they do a calculation. They say, maybe we'll lose this percent of the hardcore from these decisions. We'll lose the Tim Dogs. We'll lose the Pixels. We'll lose the Everborns. We'll lose the J-Rocks, right? But how much are we gaining from the extra 2-3 million people that are now playing Sea of Thieves and the extra people that are going to buy this thing? And if that number is higher, these are cold equations, folks. If that number is higher of people that they're going to gain, they're happy to risk losing a 20-year fan. Your feelings, my feelings, don't matter. And again, I'm not saying this to defend them, right? I made a decision back in April that they're no longer talking to me. And so I moved over to PC. I connected the PC to the big LG CX OLED. I got the Steam Deck. Now I'm on the ROG Ally X. I still got my Game Pass subscription, so I still get to play their games. And they put everything on Steam. And I will be playing Towerborn before all of my Xbox bread.
What do you think of that? And there you have it. Hole in one. There you have it. That's what it is. But guys, I have a genuine question for you. Right? I have a genuine question for you. And, you know, feel free to be as honest, brutally honest as you want. Right? This is to the Xbox fans in here and to the PlayStation fans in here. How much does my opinion differ from everyone else's in this panel? How different is my opinion from them? I think I'm quite different. I'm on the same page as Everborn, but these guys who think that the glory days are still ahead of them for a console, it's not. But I'm definitely on the same page as Everborn. I actually totally agree with him. The one thing that I actually said to him, which I'll show you, is this. Right? I said it was a perfect explanation, what I've been saying in my streams. Now, the only thing you missed to complete is the fact that Microsoft should come out now and just rip the band-aid off and be transparent about what's going. If it's the whole slate, it's the whole slate. If it's certain games in 24, 25, 26, etc. Just come out and tell your community, tell your fans what is what. Stop treating them like shit, because that's something that no one wants to, be treated with. By all accounts, based on what we're hearing and the information out there, the next Xbox will be a PC anyway, with multiple storefronts, with a console UI. So for the home users, it will make literally no difference. You'll just have more access to more games. There's already rumors circulating with Nintendo potentially looking 27, 28, but I think the PS6 could even launch day and date. But I think at the end of the day, now's the time for Phil to come out and just rip the band-aid off and say, right, we've decided this is what we're going to do. Do with that information with what you will. I think that's the only part of the jigsaw piece that is missing. And what he says is going to upset some people, and others won't care. But at least then, as a customer, as a consumer, you will know what you want to do. You will know where it is you're going to go, whether you're going to stick with Xbox, buy the next Xbox console, or go invest in the PC and buy Game Pass. Regardless of how you're looking at it, if you're buying Game Pass, you are still within the Xbox ecosystem, so you're still an Xbox customer. Didn't Destin pretty much say something very, very similar? I mean, if you're looking at this image here, Microsoft has ascended past the console long ago. And that's always been it. When they went to smart TVs and handhelds and stuff like that, Xbox was everywhere. From what I've heard, Starfield will be 2025, and Forza will be 2025 as well. But Forza will land before Starfield. I mean, I've got a clip here of Destin. Let's just listen to what he has to say.
The mess.
Now, it's really interesting because these two are talking, right? I don't know who this is. Does anyone actually know who this guy is? I don't want to I'm not being disrespectful or anything. I genuinely don't know who he is. But he's just sitting there like he couldn't care less. It was quite amusing watching this the first time. But just listen to what's being said.
The messaging is just not good. It continues to not be good, but this gets to what you're saying, Destin, about, okay, where is there a point of no return? Kind of like the train, like with the train that's pushing the DeLorean in Back to the Future Part 3, where once you pass that point of no return, you're either going to die or you are going to successfully get back to 1985.
Now, do you remember I kept on making that analogy where Microsoft is digging a hole to try and look like they're being fair, but eventually they'll dig that hole too deep and they won't be able to get out? It's the same analogy in what he's asking Destin right now.
Where the third party question, I think people maybe didn't take you seriously when they heard you say that. Oh, Destin's just being hyperbolic, but no, I think there is a legitimate conversation to be had here.
I think they're going full slate, and I think the Xbox as we knew it is gone. I think they need their money back from the deal, the $70 billion deal, and they need to start seeing returns on that immediately. Like, There were talks on the Iron Lords podcast about how it's weird that they're not even announcing that Call of Duty is part of Game Pass. Like, that marketing isn't doing well. Their marketing team saying, "Oh, we're a scrappy upstart for the $1 trillion company in the UK." It's just insanity to me. Like, I don't know what's going on at the company anymore and what their strategy is. It just seems like all over the place. And I just don't get it. I do think they're going to go third party. I think the Forza rumors are true. I think Halo multiplayer would make a lot of sense on PlayStation 5 at this point. Like, nothing is sacred. I think they need to recoup that money. And when you look at the player numbers, it's like, okay, would 60 million additional potential sales be a good thing or a bad thing? Because we think the console is around 30 million for the Xbox Series X and S. And Phil talked about in that same comment about how they have a very healthy console audience. He did specify the Xbox console, but when you add the PlayStation console into that, you're talking about an additional sell-through of like 170 million consoles versus the about 80 million that you're currently at with the Xbox One series of consoles and the Xbox Series X and S.
But if your install base was healthy enough, would you put Indiana Jones on PlayStation 5 if you could make a sufficient amount of money on keeping it on your own platform and maybe getting?
And that goes back to the age-old, if they had a healthy amount of consoles, if. But the reality is that's not the case, and like I was saying earlier, by pushing it out, their console base, their user base increases drastically overnight in a more realistic fashion. How would they make it up to their fan base? Bags, my honest opinion for this is that at this point, I don't think they can. I mean, they can offer, I don't know, maybe 6 months or 6 months of free Game Pass to everyone that's on Game Pass Ultimate and Game Pass Console, I guess, as a free gift. It'll cost, they'll lose a bit of money there, but outside of that, I don't really see how they can make it up any other way. The one thing that I would personally appreciate, which I know other people won't, is for them to just come out and say, this is what we are doing. And I would be way more happier with that than even the 6 months of Game Pass, because at least everyone then knows what is what and what's going on. But there is going to be another hardware for Xbox. That's coming. So it's not like they're getting out of the hardware market entirely. That is definitely coming, right? That's coming. But, you know, I do think there is a level of people clinging onto the old ways. I mean, I'm part of that, but Microsoft continues to show that, and honestly, since, you know, just look at Phil about 3 years ago. That dude didn't get off Twitter. Now he can't even make a tweet post without it being an official tweet. So there's been a lot of reining in, a lot of gagging within Microsoft, and clearly, you know, there's been a shift in power. That much is obvious. And like they were saying, they do want to reclaim that money. It was originally seen that this was a long-term investment. Now it's become a short-term investment where they want that money returned. It's that simple. And whether it's going to come back or not is a different matter. But, you know, I do feel like the path is set. Everyone can see kind of where they're going. They're still going to have a console. You're still going to get the games before anyone else, as well as PC. So, in that regard, nothing will change, and any investment that comes from the games going to other platforms will just further increase the amount of games and, continued support for Game Pass. And if you are a Game Pass subscriber, having PlayStation fans fund your service while you enjoy games as part of your subscription, because I just couldn't give a damn about owning my games personally. I've gone past that point. Where's the negative in this? And if they go the route of the PC, like I think they are, I'm pretty sure they're going that way, you'll have access to every game anyway. So where is an Xbox customer actually losing here? Outside of Microsoft just not coming out and not saying what's what. ADM, they are going to go, right? I know Starfield is in development. I know Forza is in development. Those games will definitely be going, but they're not going day and date. Do you want to wait a year, 6 months, whatever it is, to play the games, or do you want to play them now? That's the question you have to ask yourself. And if you go, if the next Xbox is a mini PC like I think it is, not only are you going to get the Xbox games day and date as part of your Game Pass service, you're going to get all those games that skip Xbox anyway as part of the other storefronts. You're also going to get access to other games that normally aren't available anywhere else. So you're going to have games that the other platforms don't have by default, but you're also going to get those games that go from PlayStation to PC. So where are you losing? As a customer, where are you losing? Sure, you're not going to get the PlayStation day and date exclusives, but even they at some point are going to go day and date. Once they see how much money Microsoft is going to make by going down this route, their shareholders will be itching for that money. Hey, Talos. It's a legacy game. Phil Spencer said from the very beginning, any legacy games will be released day and date on all platforms that they've appeared on. Doom is a legacy game. It's a legacy title. It's also why they were very, 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 very scared to say Elder Scrolls 6 was not an exclusive. It is not. It's going to be on all platforms. They got away with Starfield because it wasn't a legacy title. It's a new IP. I'm doing amazing, Susano. Essentially, yeah. Pretty much. And then they'll wait a year or so before it goes to PlayStation, and you'll have moved on by then. Or if you're still playing it, and if it's going to be cross-platform, your cards are going to be jacked up and whatnot, and they're just going to be starting fresh. Turning ABK into a short term is a bad decision and shows Nadella is incompetent when it comes to... I mean, it's really weird that Nadella wanted to go down this route, but I'm sure that the shareholders... I mean, look, when the shareholders saw 1 million sales from Sea of Thieves, that lit dollar signs on their eyeballs, on their brains. If Sea of Thieves done $1 million, a million sales, that's a lot of money, by the way. What would other games do that are more popular, that are bigger franchises? So now they're pressuring to put those games on there, and it's going to happen. Like I said, months. I said this weeks ago, months ago. The moment you open Pandora's box, it's done. It's called Pandora's box for a reason, folks. If Lego Horizon does exceptionally well day one on PC and Switch, if Until Dawn does exceptionally well on PlayStation and PC day one, like I'm talking really, really god tier well, do you genuinely think that those shareholders are going to go to Sony's Hiroki Totoki and say, by the way, boss dude, all that money we could be making, we don't want none of that money. We're perfectly happy with not making money on our investment. Do you genuinely believe that's going to happen? Serious question. If you was a shareholder and you saw that you could make 500% return on your investment instead of 100% return on your investment, would you turn down a 500% return on investment? This is a genuine question to everyone in the chat. Would you turn down a 500% return of investment for 100%? No, I'm giving an example. Would you turn it down? Oh, I'm not saying it did exceptionally well, but that's an extra million sales, right? On a game that's super niche that no one really... I mean, even though it had they're saying it has 40 million players, how many of those just tried it once and left like me? But that's the point, Bags. I know that's not how investment works, and I'm just literally simplifying it to the granular level where it's just binary zeros and ones. But the bottom line is, if you can make more money, you're gonna want to make more money. Oh yeah, and imagine how much more money they could have made if they released it day and date on PC. And this is what I'm saying. These games that they're pushing out now, like Siren, like Until Dawn, these are all experiments. Siren is going to be an interesting one to see how that's received on PC day one. And that's a single player game. But remember they said no single player games, day and date? They've already gone back on that. Siren is a new game. But they've still gone back on it. Yeah, on my own today. Chili's streaming over on his channel. I believe, anyway. Please. I agree, Devastator. And if the game stinks, it's not going to sell. Evident by Concord. Right? This is evident by Concord. Well, they've had a little resurgence. They're now at 200 players. So there's some resurgence for Concord on PC. Looks like someone likes it. But I think this whole notion that, I personally would prefer Microsoft just to come out and say, hey, this is it. This is what we're doing. this is the plan, and then that's it. Then there'd be no more of this guessing. Is this going? Is that going? I mean, I believe that the whole thing is going, but if they turn around and say, right, they're all going, but these are the ones going in 24, these are the ones going in 25, these are the ones going in 26, at least it will end that BS drama of what is going. Because that whole dialogue is getting really boring. I'll be honest with you. That whole narrative is just so boring now. Every time I see, when is it going to PlayStation? I'm like, just say it, right? Why are you so scared? Plants vs. Zombies? Really? That's like a really old game. I guess we're looking at this one. Yeah. It's getting battered. No, that's pretty harsh. That's harsh. Not much, Punkalicious. Just wrapping up the whole debate. Talos does that, but it also just gives people the choice. If they're not happy with the way Microsoft is going, that will be like the guillotine of sorts. This is what we're doing. If you're happy with it and you're happy with day one games on Game Pass, stick around. We've got multiple ways for you to play your games, whether it's on an Xbox console, on PC, on handheld PCs, consoles. Wherever you want to play, we are letting you play. If you want to wait 6 months to a year to play it on a rival platform, then go play it there as well. But we are giving you the choice. If you're unhappy with that, then you can move on. And that's what I want them to say. Just come out with it, because gaming has become really boring in terms of media. Social media is all about people fighting and arguing over what's going here and lol this and lol that, and everyone taking the piss. I mean, I'm a hypocrite because I do it myself as well. Not as much as other people, but the occasional thing. But you know what? It's getting boring. That no one talks about the games they enjoy anymore. It's all about what they can bash and what they can... if a game is bad, sure. Let the developers know that they made a bad game. I agree with that. Airing your opinion for a bad game is definitely good, because it tells them that they're doing it wrong. But even if a game is good, people are going to come out and say it's shit because it's on a rival platform. That sort of thing is just boring to me. And all it is now is just people at each other's necks. No one's actually talking about any video games that they're playing. There's only about 4 or 5 people I follow on social media now that actually post clips of games that they're playing and cool achievements that they've got and whatnot. Right? No one actually posts anything about video games. It's all about, I'm getting this and you're not getting this, and this is coming along and that's coming along, a full slate this and that. What happened to the good old days of just enjoying video games? But dude, I've never been into that. I may have messed about a bit, but anyone will tell you that. And if you've been following me for the longest time, like I said, I've dabbled in console warring, but I've never really gotten involved. I don't create those memes like Gaz does or like J-Rock does. I just don't do that. I may laugh at a post that they make, or I've made maybe a handful of posts that I can count on one hand that, say something. But ultimately, that sort of thing hasn't ever really been me. But maybe I'm just an exception. Do you know Stalker 2 is ready for pre-install on Xbox? I do. I know, right? No, Anime, Microsoft has created. Why do you think I'm calling them out? Anime, I am literally calling them out. I am saying for them to come out and just say what it is. But because I called them out in this fashion, I'm an Xbox hater. I mean, you saw it earlier, right? Just because I was saying that I had an opinion that went against the status quo, and I called out something for Xbox, I'm immediately an Xbox hater. I think I'm at the end of Stellar Cheeks now. I think I'm at the end. I'm on the final elevator, I think. The one that had... Well, I don't want to spoil the story for anyone, but you'll know if you're there. Exactly, ADM. Like, I used to do gaming streams on these channels on YouTube as well. But no one's interested in watching video games on this channel. That's why I moved it over to Twitch. I used to get like 150 people, 100 people, 100 to 150 watching these podcasts as we talk about the news and stuff like that. The moment I switched to something to play video games, it dropped down to 20 viewers. And not that I don't value those 20 viewers, but that's why it was actually damaging my algorithm. So I had to make a change. But I agree, Anime, they did create this problem. And that's why I want them to think. And it'll be multiplat as well, day one. I'm calling it now. No. Plumleys, I'm not saying we need to know. But people are kind of clinging onto this false hope that things are going to change. Things are going to get better. Or things are going to go back to the way they were. And that false hope, or it might not be false hope for all we know. Maybe there's a grand plan and they're going to pull a Uno reverse card and say, suckers, we got you all. Who knows? But at the end of the day, I think Microsoft owes it to their loyal community who are stuck through them, which through the worst generation ever, the Xbox One. I think they owe it to the community to come out and just be upfront with them and say, this is what we're doing. I think the community at least deserves that. That's my opinion. I'm not saying for them to come out and say strategically, oh, on this date we're going to do this, on this date, but just come out and say, without any ambiguity or wordsmith, because Phil Spencer loves mincing words and saying a lot of things without actually saying anything. Actually come out and just say what it is that you actually want to say. And just be straight with your fans. I think they owe that. And I think if they did that, they would be very surprised at how many people would be okay with it. I think they genuinely will be surprised with how many people would be okay with it. Don't forget, Twitter is what, 10% of the console base? Max? On both sides? 90% lives outside that doesn't give a shit. Literally doesn't give a shit. They just go to the store in the game, they buy a game, and they play, and that's it. I disagree. The Xbox One generation was nowhere near better than this. I mean, Tim Dog can demand that data all he wants. All I'm saying is, I just feel like the community deserves a bit better. That's it. Rip the band-aid off and let it burn. And if that is rip Xbox, it's rip Xbox. But look, like I said, King, if the Xbox is what I think it is the next gen, and based on some of the stuff, murmurings I'm hearing from people working in, places like Sega and whatnot, and Sumo Digital and whatnot. I've got friends that still work there. It does look like they are moving towards what I think they're moving towards. They haven't told me anything in specifics, but just based on some descriptions, that's what it's sounding like. That they're basically making it a PC. They don't want to have to deal with third-party publishers on getting those games for their customers. By doing it this way, they're making it so their customer gets everything. Whether it's through this... Yeah? Why? Why? Look, you're on your own round there, buddy. If that spider's in there, you're on your own. Yep, that's why you need to get he and hoover it up. Good luck. I believe in you. It's about time that, you became a big boy. Nah, it's not going to be pregnant, trust me. But I'll tell you what, if it is, you'll have 1 million spiders around you. Make sure you're wearing shoes. Good luck. Anyway, back to what I was saying. It doesn't really matter. If it's going to be what I think it is, you're going to get everything anyway. One way or another. Microsoft is going to cut their costs down by like 60%, 70%. And even without Xbox Live, they are going to... they're still going to be highly profitable. And in the end, for you as an Xbox customer, they give you everything. Plumleys, there is no case by case. Everything is going. Even Halo Master Chief Collection is being ported at the moment. It's been delayed, but it's in the works. For Xbox, everything will just be a timed exclusive now. Man, I'm counting on him too because he needs to kill it. He's calling his mum. I can hear the phone ringing. Yeah, I ain't going to kill that thing. I value my life too much. JP, honestly, I've been gaming on my Steam Deck a lot more these days than I have over the past, say, year. The last 3 months, I've been gaming on my console a lot because, well, one, I finish work and I just don't want to sit in front. I finish my 9-to-5 job, then I sit down, I do YouTube videos. By the time I've done all of that, I just don't even want to sit in front of a PC. I just pick up my handheld and play some games on the road because, with where I'm staying at the moment, especially this temporary accommodation because we were made homeless. We only have one TV at the moment because that's all we were allowed to bring. So, I ain't fighting that one TV with 4 kids and a wife. I will lose every single time, without fail. That's just one of those things that I have accepted. It's a reality. I will 100% lose that battle every time. So I pick my battles. Vertigo? I know it's speculation. Please don't tell me you're going to be another base diggy. At what point did I say this is 100% fact? I think I've made my wording very clear where I've said, based on what I'm seeing, this is the direction they're going. At no point am I saying 110% this is the way they're going to do it. But I also don't see them making a traditional console. Do you? At least until it's revealed, right? Officially revealed. It's still speculation. You're right. Anyone want to check out the new Nintendo showcase? For those that haven't seen it, we can finish up with that one. I don't think anyone has anything else they want to... Unless anyone else has anything else they want to add to that topic. It won't tell us. But the thing is, people are still clinging on to that hope. And this is why I want Phil to come out and just be honest with the community. Rip the band-aid off. As it is. Take it easy, anime. Alright, so I've got it from here. This was all the indie stuff. I don't think anyone, like, really indie stuff. There was a couple of things, one or two games that I think were okay-ish. Unless you guys want to see the stuff, but, you know, it doesn't look great. The partner stuff starts from here, so I thought we'd start from the partner thing. Good luck to him.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to today's Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. In this presentation, we'll be focusing on Nintendo Switch games launching in the second half of 2024 from our publishing and development partners. Okay, let's get into the headlines. These games are falling into place.
Yeah, there is.
Celebrate the 40th anniversary of
Can you not hear
Tetris
it?
with a compilation of historic games. Experience the 1988 Famicom version of Tetris.
You should hit a game.
Chain combos using explosions in Tetris 2 plus Bombless. Use special moves to win in Tetris Battle Gaiden. And more in this interactive museum, including the games shown here. In addition, enjoy the brand new Tetris Time Warp, where you'll jump between gameplay styles from across the series. You can also watch new documentary clips about the history of Tetris and
So they're
its key
basically
players.
sending us Tetris again.
Tetris Forever
Is it
drops
too
onto
loud,
the
chat?
Nintendo Switch system this year. Plus,
Is
the
it too loud?
NES version of Tetris is coming to Nintendo Switch Online this winter. And be on the lookout for a Tetris 99 Maximus Cup event, also coming this winter. Speed into the unknown. journey to the galaxy's depths in this high-speed sci-fi
And
adventure.
Vertigo, this is why I'm saying,
After receiving a mysterious
if they go
distress
down the
signal,
route that I
you'll
think
venture
they're going to
through
go
a massive
down,
alien
it
world
won't
to
matter.
reunite with your
Because
beloved.
the games will be available on
Ride
PC
the
anyway.
stylish hoverboard
So they can play
to
through
explore
PC.
stunning landscapes filled with all sorts of alien structures, from scorching
So they'll
sands
still have
to
access to
wavy
it.
waters. Each area will challenge your traversal skills.
Again, if.
Along the way, you'll face enemies in frenetic melee combat. By unlocking skills and combining different abilities, you can find more creative ways to overcome foes. You can also customize the hoverboard to match your riding style, solve puzzles, and gather resources to boost its speed, steering, gravity, and more. Whether you're racing through terrain at high speeds or in the throes of combat, the hoverboard will be there to help you. Leave no stone unturned as you explore every corner of this vast planet. You never know what or who you'll find.
It's kind of cool, this game.
Overdrive
Star Overdrive
launches as a timed exclusive on Nintendo Switch next year. Do whatever floats your goat. Welcome to the vast island of San Angora, where you'll take on the role of a goat. We're not kidding. In this sprawling sandbox adventure,
Alright, who's gonna
you'll
get Ghost
headbutt,
Simulator 3
lick,
on
and
the Switch?
explode your way across the island. Wreak havoc on anything and everything you find. Want to drive around town? Join a yoga class? Antagonize the locals? You can do all of that and more. Complete quests and gain karma to progress the story and unlock customization options. From fashionable nonsense like floral shirts and inflatable tubes, to goat variants, including tall, angry, and even tasty goats.
John,
So
that would
buckle up
actually be
and grab
really
your
cool.
fashion style by the horns.
But Mario
And
Sunshine
you're not
actually
the
still
only
plays well,
belligerent
no?
Billy around here. Unleash all sorts of bad mischief in two-player online or couch co-op.
It's free. Yeah,
Hope
I
you're
mean, I've got it
ready
on the
to
Switch with
book
the
it, because
collector's
the
thing
digital
for
version of Goat
where you got all
Simulator
three of
3
them.
rams its way onto Nintendo eShop later today. The physical version of the game launches on Nintendo Switch this November.
You wish, Tarnished.
Here's a
You wish.
rapid-fire mix of first reveals and game updates coming to Nintendo
Oh,
Switch.
Goat definitely has its audience, but they wouldn't be making a third one if it didn't. This is sick. This surprised me. I heard it was coming, but this is going to be awesome. This actually now made me not want to continue playing this on my Steam Deck. The Tales series coming to the thing. Because I've got the old school version of that game that you saw there, which is like all the retro graphics. But they've remade it entirely into next gen and, well, to the Switch. That's pretty much me guaranteeing that game day one. Kind of sucks because I'm about 30% through the game already. But I guess I'll wait for that to come. Hey, Chili.
Make Bikini Bottom your playground. Is this SpongeBob? No, this is Patrick. The silly sea star from SpongeBob SquarePants stars in this physics-based sandbox adventure. Bikini Bottom is your oyster.
We're gonna have
With some
frame rate.
hilarious
Let's
mayhem by
go.
performing
Even the
whimsical
frame rate there was
skydives,
dying.
digging up treasure in the dump, or even blowing off steam in Mrs. Puff's rage room. Experiment with items you find, from exploding pies to paint tubes, to make the world more Patrick-y. And he's not the only familiar face here. Take on comical challenges from SpongeBob, Sandy, Squidward, and more.
Buckle up.
Smurfs definitely looks better, John.
Step into Patrick's shorts and the inner machinations of his mind. When SpongeBob SquarePants, the Patrick Star game, launches on Nintendo Switch October
No.
4th.
My imagination went out the
Pre-orders
window the
begin
moment
later
I saw
today
this
on
game.
Nintendo eShop. Ready for your very own
that
personal
Spider-Man?
trainer?
Okay, let's get started.
I think you should go outside
Ready?
and throw it out.
1, 2, jump.
The
I think
latest
you should-
entry in the
I think you
Fitness
should throw the
Boxing
Hoover out with it.
series is punching its way onto Nintendo Switch. Newly added features make it
That's all right.
easier to train more
I'll be up there
regularly.
so you don't have to do it.
Use Quick Workout to jump into an exercise program right after launching the game.
Right. Put the punches together. But it looks
Let's
like
go.
you've got more in you.
Once you're done, try going the distance.
With an
Yeah,
extra workout.
totally gonna work out with this one.
With mitt drills, you'll practice with your instructor at your own pace.
Looking good.
And in Sit Fit Boxing, you can complete exercise programs while seated for a different training experience. 30 brand new songs are included. There are also 6 instructors, including 2 new ones. Plus, you can change their hairstyles.
Was it me or were they really, really
Let
tall?
them motivate you as you work toward your goals.
Nice.
Fitness Boxing 3, your personal trainer, launches on the Nintendo Switch system
Did you leave it
December
outside?
5th. This is going to be a match to remember. 8 Capcom fighting games are brawling their way onto Nintendo Switch in one collection. Here's the complete roster of games. Capcom vs. SNK Millennium Fight 2000 Pro. Capcom vs. SNK 2 Mark of the Millennium 2001. Project Justice. Capcom Fighting Evolution. Street Fighter Alpha 3
Man,
Upper.
I played this for ages.
Plasma Sword, Nightmare of
Alpha
Bilstein.
3 I used to when I was in college.
Power Stone,
Oh, no way!
and Power Stone 2.
Power Stone 1 and 2 in the collection. Oh, that's awesome.
Each game has its own training mode and is playable online. You can also visit the museum to enjoy artwork and music from each game. Capcom Fighting Collection 2 launches on Nintendo Switch next year. Plus, jump into the fray when Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection Arcade Classics hyper combos its way onto Nintendo Switch September 12th. Digital pre-orders begin
Man, I
later
got
today
all of those on my
Nintendo
Sega
Wii
Saturn
Shop.
Arcade
The
Perfect.
physical version of the game launches on Nintendo Switch November 22nd. Next, please take a look at this.
Power Stone is awesome, Chili. You'll love it.
私の声を聞いている遠い時代のあなたへ
Well, it's got a waifu, so check.
命ある者は皆無数の記憶を積み重ねながら生きていくやがて記憶の雫は魂を育み
New Atelier?
形作る
Is this Atelier Riser?
見えるのが正しい
Not
こと
Riser, but a new Atelier
で
game.
も正しいことって一つじゃないのよ
すべて滅びたと思って
Maybe
いた
not.
正しいことって何絶対に許さない
身の程知らず愚か者
今日はそうただのご挨拶ですとも
これが私の全力どうか真相を解き明かして
It is Atelier. Do you know what? If it comes to PC, it'll come to the next Xbox
We
console.
hope you're looking forward to the newest
There you
entry
go.
in the Atelier series, featuring a brand new protagonist.
That's why it will benefit
All right,
everyone if it
let's
is
see
going
some
down
more
that route.
headlines. Adventures and allies
Oh,
await
Biggest
in
Garlic,
these
is it?
Nintendo Switch
Nice.
games.
Atelier is
HD
a really
remasters
nice
of the
series.
first 2 Suikoden games are coming to Nintendo Switch in one bundle. Meet and befriend up to 108 allies in these turn-based RPGs.
PC emulator.
During your travels, you can strengthen your home base and expand your spheres of influence while fighting for your cause.
Oh,
This collection adds new support features like the ability to speed up combat and automate battles with a single button. Suikoden
What are you
1 and 2
doing?
HD Remaster, Gate Rune, and Dunon Unification Wars launches on Nintendo
Xbox
Switch
got Atelier
March
Riser.
6th, 2025. The HD 2D remake of Dragon Quest III draws near. After gathering your companions and selecting their vocations, you
This
can
is coming to
now
Xbox as well.
customize their appearance, voice, and more. With the new Monster Wrangler vocation, you can use monster-like abilities
Take it easy,
to fight
Plumleys.
enemies and heal allies. There may also be places where you can put monsters to use, but that's for another time. Dragon Quest III HD 2D Remake ventures onto Nintendo Switch November 14th. Pre-orders begin later today on Nintendo eShop.
Bye.
3 Castlevania games originally released on the Nintendo DS system: Dawn of Sorrow, Portrait of Ruin, and Order of Ecclesia. Rise
never
again
played
in a
Portrait of
single
Ruin.
collection. Arcade classic Haunted Castle is also included, featuring the original and a reimagined version. Plus, there's a gallery that includes
No Aria of
exclusive
Sorrow?
art and a music player. Castlevania Dominus Collection launches on the Nintendo Switch system later today. Build something you believe in. The award-winning strategy series returns with Sid Meier's Civilization VII. Rule as one of many legendary historical figures, including newly added leaders
I don't
such
think
as
I'll
Queen
ever
Himiko.
understand how people can
Friendship
play these
is her
games.
strength, and she can initiate diplomatic endeavors that help you research new technologies.
I appreciate there's a
Expand your
community out there
territory,
for it.
establish
but
your empire
I will
across the
never
map,
ever
and
understand.
conquer or cooperate with rival civilizations. You can even create your own
Ah,
path through
okay,
history by choosing different civs with each new age. In the modern age, you can evolve
Hey, Chiro, what do you
into
say?
Meiji Japan, known for its scientific strength and military force. Plus, you and your friends can see your kingdoms collide in online or local play. Can you create an empire that stands the test of time? Turn the page on a revolutionary new chapter when Sid Meier's Civilization VII launches on the Nintendo Switch system February 11th. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. Forge bonds transcending time. Celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Tales of series with a remaster of the action RPG Tales of Grace's F.
Oh.
When the protagonist Asbel and Prince Richard meet Sophie as children,
We will always be friends.
the 3 soon
Man,
become
looking at that
lifelong
anime
friends.
cutscene and then it cutting in.
Several years have since passed. With their strong friendship and desire to protect their loved ones, the now grown-up trio get entangled in a conflict that will determine the fate of the world.
Yeah, a bit
This
too little,
remaster adds
man.
enhancements like destination icons and toggling enemy encounters, as well as downloadable content from the original game.
Do you know what game I would really like them to remake? Anyone ever played the Xenosaga series?
Tales
Xenosaga
of Grace's
1, 2, and
F
3 with Cosmos.
Remastered launches on Nintendo
That-
Switch
if they
January
actually did a
17th.
proper remake of those, that would be sick.
2 adorable adventures, 1 cozy bundle.
I've seen the Deadpool movie at ADM. Awesome. Yeah, Taz, this one's for you. This will be your game of the year. But Xenogears is part 5. You need Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3, which is part 1, 2, and 3. And then you need them to make part 4, and then you can have part 5.
More help is
Pretty
wanted.
much. John, but Xenosaga was on the PS,
Think
right?
you've got what it takes to manage this perilous pizzeria? Test your skills and your nerves in this first-person horror game. As the newest employee of Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria, you'll have plenty of job duties, such as helping performers prep for a show in the Pizzaplex salon, getting high scores by playing nostalgic arcade minigames, and hopping on attractions like a log ride. Sounds easy enough, right? But you'll be doing all of this while avoiding animatronic atrocities along the way. Become a Fazbear Entertainment superstar in 5 Nights at Freddy's Help Wanted 2. launching on
this is
Nintendo
just the
Switch
partners.
this
This isn't
holiday.
any first party.
And if you're looking for more adventures in the Mega Pizzaplex, help Cassie find her friend and escape the ruins in this free story DLC for Five Nights at Freddy's Security Breach, launching on Nintendo Switch this holiday.
I'll scan through it real quick before I finish.
Let's check out some Nintendo Switch games launching in time for the holidays.
Why do you stand in my way?
Me? I should ask the same of you!
Welcome to the eastern nation of Azuma.
So this
After
looks
a
really
calamity
cool.
struck, the energy sources known as runes ceased to exist.
But I saw a
and the
plot
land
land there.
fell into decline. In this fresh take on the Rune Factory series, step into a bigger adventure than ever before. As an earth dancer, you'll channel the spiritual powers of nature through dance. Use the sacred drum to help crops grow faster.
No.
And the sacred parasol
Why?
to
I
summon
knew it.
rain.
I saw the plot.
These treasures
I knew they
and
were
your
gonna do
earth
that.
dancer abilities
No.
can revitalize the land.
Bye bye.
Restore this once fruitful region to cultivate fields.
I don't want
Construct
to be a
houses
farmer.
And more to revive
Do you wanna be
nature
a farmer?
and establish prospering villages. Venture through the enchanting lands of Azuma, but beware, monsters may lie in wait. Harness your Earth Dancer abilities
know.
to confront them and restore certain monsters to their human forms. As you settle into village life, get to know the community around you and deepen your relationships to find friendship or even romance. Who knows? A wedding could even be on the horizon.
Nope.
Experience a beloved series reimagined. In Rune Factory Guardians of Azuma, launching on Nintendo Switch next spring. Next will be our last announcement. Please take a look.
Leave the best till last. Alright, what do we have?
Ooh. Immerse yourself in the story
That's
that
it.
started the epic saga in Yakuza Kiwami. Meet Kazuma Kiryu, a Yakuza accused of murdering his clan's patriarch, and Haruka, a young girl on the run, two individuals whose fates intertwine. Set in Kamurocho,
Ventura.
Japan's largest entertainment district, Kiryu must navigate the twists and turns of Tokyo's underworld while confronting rival gangs.
It actually looks alright on the
Swap
Switch.
between 4 fighting styles in real-time combat. Fight bare knuckle, or arm yourself with makeshift weapons
Is this
and go up
cloud-based?
against anything in your way. There are also plenty of distractions to be found in Kamurocho. So take a break from brawling every once in a while. Discover how the epic series began when Yakuza Kiwami launches on Nintendo Switch October 24th. That's all for today's Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase. Thank you for watching.
And that's it. What did you miss? So you missed this one over here. I mean, as well as Tetris. So this one was kind of cool.
All sorts of alien structures,
Not gonna
from
see Goat
scorching
Simulator.
sands to wavy waters. Each area will challenge your traversal skills. Along the way, you'll face enemies in frenetic melee combat. By unlocking skills and combining different abilities, you can find more creative ways to overcome foes. You can also customize the hoverboard to match your riding style, solve puzzles, and gather resources to boost its speed,
It's kind of
steering,
cool.
gravity, and
I'll
more.
post a link in the
Whether
description
you're
below.
racing through terrain at high
Well, not the
speeds,
description, into the chat. This was cool. Legend of Heroes: Trails in the Sky, Part 1 is coming. Star Wars Hunters from Zynga. Sounds like a gacha game. Stalker: Legend of Zone Trilogy. Worms. Anything else? SpongeBob, Dance Dance, Hearthstone, the Capcom collection. Oh, and I guess Atelier? Atelier is also coming.
身の程知らず愚か者。
今日はそうただのご挨拶ですとも。
これが私の全力。
Dragon Quest, Suikoden Remaster, Tales of Grace, and obviously your favorite, Friday Nights at Freddy. You got Epic, Mickey, and FIFA. That's pretty much it. She was the best waifu. How dare you, John? How dare you? No worries, Bags. But folks, that's going to be it. I'm going to crash out and go and get some sleep because I absolutely need to get some sleep because I think it's been like, what, 48 hours now that I haven't slept. I think I've held on quite well. Thank you everyone for hanging about. Oh no, not you, Arthur. I've already had enough headache with people accusing me of being a pony. John is having Kobe. But yeah, I will be back tomorrow. Hopefully my PC can stream Star Wars Galaxy, well, Star Wars whatever it's called, Outlaws, and have me streaming it, playing it and streaming it at the same time. I may have to lower the settings a little bit in order for it to work, but hopefully it will be okay. So we'll be over at Twitch if you are interested in that, and then Thursday we will be back here. Alright folks, peace out. And for those of you that have subscribed to the channel, I'm going to put a community post up. Check it out probably tomorrow or something because I'm going to crash now. Looking to do like a community event a day where we can play like multiplayer games and stuff like that. Whether it's here or elsewhere, it doesn't really matter, but I'll be streaming it nonetheless. So I'll pick a game that's, going to be available to everyone. If people are interested in that sort of thing, happy days. If not, then we'll toss it in the bin. But that's me. I'm out, and I am going to bed. Have a good night, and remain legend, folks. Peace out. Thanks, E-Ranks.